born at the beginning of time. We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. I'm in a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground. I feel I am where I belong. You are. How have you been? We will meet again. Change your fate. I still remember the day when you encouraged us to find our own way. So let's start a chase and keep making waves. We will find all the answers somehow. We're never alone. Soon we will be heard all over the world. Ride on, ride on, ride on. We're making waves. Ride on, ride on. You never have to be afraid.
私が行った方が手っ取り早いのに。本当バカ。
Aya Flurry Voice. As the best elf idol, she can greatly enhance the survivability of her teammates. In battle, she can frequently possess teammates to provide protection and defuse the enemy's attack. Aya can also use sound wave attacks against her enemies. They start small and gradually get bigger, which her enemies will not be able to defend against. Once Aya unleashes her magical stage, her opponents will be lost in her singing and be transformed into cute animals. Even if she is attacked, Aya can transform into a squirrel to protect herself. Passive, Spirit of the Squirrel. If Aya is attacked and her HP falls below a threshold, Aya will transform into a squirrel. Whilst in squirrel form, Aya cannot be targeted, nor can she attack enemies. Receive 2 new basic skills. Skill 1 will revert her into human form immediately. Skill 2 will leap forward some distance. Joyful Melodies. Launch a soundwave bullet that deals damage and gradually increases in size. This soundwave explodes when reaching the target, dealing additional damage and inflicting a slowing effect. Joyful Melodies can detect stealth units upon a successful hit. Idol Protection. Possess a teammate and grant them a shield. Releasing a friendly hero from Idol Protection will significantly reduce skill cooldowns. When a teammate dies, Idol Protection automatically disengages possession, and the skill enters a longer cooldown. When possessing another hero, using abilities is also applied to the possessed hero. Chorus of the Forest. After a short delay, cast Polymorph on surrounding enemies and transform them into small animals. Provides a speed bonus to the possessed target. Unleash Magical Stage and deal continuous damage. Polymorph will be cast on enemies who remain within the stage's location. Aya's core playstyle is all about protecting teammates. Thanks to her passive ability, Spirit of the Squirrel, Aya cannot die from burst damage. Thus, Aya can fool the enemy into wasting their abilities on her before a team fight, and she can possess a teammate to protect them. Aya's skill 1 can severely undermine stealth heroes by limiting their movement patterns and positions. Whilst possessing a teammate, Aya can utilize the AoE slowing effect of skill 1 to help her teammates secure a kill. When a teammate is attacked, frequent usage of skill 2 as well as healing abilities can greatly increase the survivability of her allies. If a teammate is cornered, Aya can escape through walls to continue providing support for the next teammate. The best timing for Aya to unleash her ultimate is right before a large team fight. If her team strikes first, then Aya can help teammates by suppressing the enemy, whilst if her team is struck first, Aya can limit the enemy's incoming attacks.
Have you ever seen a blood red star? shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look into, to letting you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the light into your heart. Even if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You're gonna be lonely 'cause you've seen it is waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, me. We'll carry on, wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. Time away, travel through time and space, let it feel cozy. The shining far away from me. Black hole gate, speed to look into, to letting you out, to make the call, and to sing the song for you. Let's try to get the picture of the Ryan to your heart. And if you miss the gravity, you'll fall on the stars. The wind surrounding you, the colorful can scare away the dark. You won't go be lonely 'cause you see. Waste time. The time to be a part of the lightning from the start, because you've seen stars. This dream don't need a land or return to the world of love. So don't give up, get up, we will carry on. Wake up, spread it for me, 'cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. 'Cause you belong with stars. And if we can let surface, we're always by your side and give you my heart. can't get it right.
Aya, can't you do anything right? Yeah, I don't see any magic.
My voice.
I'm still unable to protect everyone. I can't even master the simplest protection spell. Shiny, do you believe in me? What was that? Oh no, the forest! What's this? Shiny, be careful! Shiny! For the forest, for Shiny, I will succeed! Shiny, let's go! Shiny, watch out! Ah! Ugh. Shiny. Why do you think I'm capable? I only want to protect you and our forest. Okay, I also believe I will one day be able to protect everyone. Shiny, when I'm able to protect everyone with my voice, I'd like to organize a concert. You don't want to buy a ticket? That won't do. Don't be a cheapskate. Not even if you become my assistant. The star of Athenor and Athada is here. Are you ready?
Saigon Phantom still continues to track them down. Actually, they will get a priority on this objective. Alvine, actually survives with a sliver of health, but a flicker in by breaking out once again. Yue is trying to get stopped here by Muffers, but he still managed to reach the back line as Weirao immediately gets blown up as the backside has been, exposed onto that alloy, and right now that's going to be the complete this pick. And as we see the fight break out at top, 0-0 is kind of low, goes back in, taking out Red, and because of that, Archangel might actually secure 2 kills without any trade as Yue tries to go in by a flank, takes out 1, but right now, because of the crowd control of the Superman
in store for BF, they know how to play the advantages that they have. They know when to actually commit, and that's a zip roll going to be in. Lindis is going to get a shot on the Shaolin. With Kafeni being out, the damage is not going to be enough. Easy is going to be the next one, and look at the damage for Pichu. It's just too much with the crit.
Objective that they have taken already, compared it with just one on the rank so far. They got the first Abyssal Dragon early as Wawa engages! The burst comes through onto last, but right now with the suppression, Z might fall down. He actually lives, and Bopak falls down. That's 2. Okay, start na.
Welcome to the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio, and with me is Kiyoung. And this is a lot. We're gonna see a lot of games for today. There is gonna be 3 series to watch out for here in the group stages, day number 4. And Kiyoung, can you introduce the teams that will be fighting out the series for today?
With absolute pleasure, of course, my friend Vittorio. The first series that we are going to be watching is the match of Team Olympus going up against All Gamers. Second series is going to be up of Buriram United Esports going up against XOE Sports. And the third series is going to be up of Mad Team versus V Gaming. So lots of thoughts in this coming from me, but I want to hear from you, especially the first series having Team Olympus, struggling so far, no wins in the whole group stages. Do you think they would, surprise us with a win today?
That is going to be a possibility. We saw a clear crisp on the capabilities of Team Olympus. They made a lot of the teams run for their money, and at this point, I'm actually rooting for Team Olympus somewhat,
Ooh.
just because of the gameplay that they've shown us. But the problem here is that, are they going to be consistent in this kind of improvement, or is this just going to be bouts of glory wherein we're going to see them fall off as the group stages progress? This is one of the narratives that we need to look out for, especially that they'll be contending with a lot of the teams who already has a lot of scores for themselves.
Yeah, actually, I like that you pointed out that you are gonna be kind of rooting for Team Olympus primarily because of their performance, specifically in their game against DTAC Talon, one of the strongest teams right now. Although they did lose twice in that series, they had a good performance there. They put up a good fight against one of the previous champions, of course. And maybe right now they could have improved significantly since it has been, 2 days, 3 days since their last match. I'm hoping to see big improvements for them, especially that the team that they are going to be going up against is a strong team as well, All Gamers, which kind of had a struggle as well against DTAC Talon during day number 3. But I kind of like the performance better on Team Olympus against DTAC. So maybe, just maybe, at least a game win, not really going for a 2-0. I want to see them improve. I want to see them improve in this day number 5.
Yes, and definitely that is a possibility that we'll see. And looking at Group A and Group B, in Group A we are actually seeing 4 Titanic teams battling out with 3 other regions who are kind of new to the scene. And in this screen, we're actually going to see the matchup wherein Giyang actually introduced them. Team Olympus facing All Gamers, Buriram United against EXO Esports, and of course the series clincher, the third series Mad Team versus V Gaming is something to look out for here in day number 4. And going forward, I'm actually very, very excited for Mad Team against V Gaming just because I already know what kind of caliber and the win standings that they have. They are in the top 4 of their groups of Group A. So definitely they'll be showing us a top 4 caliber kind of series. And how about you, Giang? What matchup besides Olympus and All Gamers do you also want to see Mad Team in V Gaming in the third series of the day?
Yeah, I mean, save the best for last, as they usually say. Mad Team versus V Gaming. Naturally, V Gaming has been like a titan so far in this group stages, undefeated, uncontested, having a 6-0, if I'm not mistaken. 4 series already, 8 points. I think in total, that is a strong start for them so far. In the group stages, they battled against Team Olympus, Buriram United Esports, that big surprise that they did against BRU. They also battled against All Gamers and XO Esports, all of which has been consistently them taking surprises, surprising the other teams and making sure they are the ones on top. But right now, in this first matchup, we talked about it earlier, our initial analysis between Team Olympus and All Gamers, starting with Team Olympus, Bard, Sans, J-Jack, Midheart, and Rora. We're all hoping to see them surprise us with their possible cheesy picks or, good gameplay, along with, of course, All Gamers here with Ice, Tang Tang, Anan, Menglei, and Yian, looking it out, comparing the draft that they did or they did have during day number 3. Well, countering, trying to counter the Elsu pick, going in with an engaged composition, even putting out a Florentino in the mix. Both teams have been flexible in their drafts. So right now, as we go into the key player introduction, just give us an insight on who do you think has the upper hand.
On the key player introduction, the one that is actually carrying Team Olympus to the late game is always going to be J-Jack on the mid lane right now. With a 1.6 KDA, kill participation of 70.9%, deals a lot of damage as well in most of their contests. While on the side of All Gamers, we're going to see Menglei actually picking up the slack at 1.8 KDA, kill participation of 65%, deals some kind of damage as a jungler with a 13.7% in the damage percentage dealt and the damage taken at 16.7%. So we're seeing two teams actually underperforming for now in the first half of the group stages. But definitely with what we're seeing from All Gamers and also from Team Olympus, I'm actually looking forward to what kind of plays they're going to show us in the second half. Will they be able to upset anyone from the top 4 of their group? Or is it just going to be still them underperforming in Group A? But now we're in the first game of the first series of the day. We're going to see what kind of meticulous draft are they actually prepared going into this game. Team Olympus is going to be the first pick, and definitely Aya is going to be banned out unless All Gamers haven't learned yet from their last mistake on the drafting.
Yeah, they are going to be banning out the AOE coming from what we have seen in the key play introduction. So big respect here onto All Gamers. Aya, of course, naturally going to be banned away. 99.9999% ban rate so far in the all of group stages. Superman having to be taken away. Can give us an insight on the prioritization on the Elsu. But if AG is not going to be allowing it, I think Team Olympus are going to be sticking with their strong points, having to prioritize maybe the Hayate, building up an engaged composition just like how they did it against DTAC Talon. And also Buriram United Esports. They do have a strong lineup as well in the split push department when they have picked up the Omen in their second game against BRU. But having to still away this Elendor provides some lesser hero picks here for All Gamers.
Yeah, and having a first pick Elender brings a lot of liability for your team because you know that hero is actually more effective in the jungle. So more or less, there is a less slight chance that it's gonna be used on the Abyssal Dragon, but you are actually already showing what kind of capability you're gonna actually field, unless you're gonna go for a double marksman build composition, which is hard to pull off as well because you're actually going to think about how you're going to be able to scale to the late game. And with the pick of All Gamers, they actually went for a Richter and Joker who has that early burst potential And with that kind of early game advantage, it is going to be dangerous for Team Olympus if they are actually planning for a double marksman comp, just because they're definitely going to be outgunned in certain situations. And Team Olympus actually needs to reinvigorate their draft, maybe put out some banned out.
maybe. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is going to be hard for on looking out for this protection, but they're opting for a Florentino and a Crixie over.
Yeah, the Florentino, they have picked this up as well during their match against BRU. So maybe we can see a stronger performance here by Team Olympus, naturally having this a good early to late game composition, especially with the amount of engage and flexibility that they do have. But they have to keep wary of this Irie pick that all gamers have picked up. It can be a menace in as they do look to flank up to the backline. Team Olympus banning out DeLorean, having a little bit of an insight that all gamers might opt for an all-in dive comp here to try and counter them, especially that the Enandor can be a little bit prone to these engages. But Tachi having to be taken away. What are your thoughts on this?
Well, at this point, all gamers actually wants to put out all of those dangerous sustainable heroes, and one of those heroes is going to be the Tachi, who's having a lot of success here in the AIC 2021, mostly because he is a hero that can do some counter initiates as well. He's going to be invulnerable for a moment when he uses his Cliff Breaker, which is his ultimate, and actually gives out a lot of utility because the damage that he deals even with the tank build is considerable, because it is going to be through damage, plus it actually shaves off some of the percentage based on the health of the hero that he is attacking. So that's a big boon for any kind of composition, just because you're actually dealing damage even if you're actually a tank, and you can zero in on those squishies like the Crixie and the Eleanor.
I like the target ban as well by all gamers, banning out the Roxy, which can be a good front line here for the side of Team Olympus. Naturally trying to snipe out, get that -1 onto the members of all gamers, and they also use it against BRU. And with this, okay, hovering up the Zill can provide that good aggression coming in from the side of all gamers. Plus, the damage has been damage department of this composition is kind of growing constantly. Team Olympus has to be a little creative in this, and maybe just maybe this Malak could help. Do you think so?
I think the Malak isn't really the best of heroes to actually field in this kind of lineup, just because he is the cleave that the Malak had in the past, it was uncancelable, but now in the current patch, he can actually be stunned during the animation of the cleave, canceling that skill. And the only crowd control that you can expect from a Malak is his ultimate, which is the shock. And not all of the time you're actually gonna hit that skill, which is also detrimental for you, because once you use that, most of the time you don't have any plans for exit. It's more for initiation, and maybe you can use shock for the defense, but I think it would be a waste to use it at just that, because we all know Malak is a very, very offensive hero as well. And going and looking at the composition, all gamers has Richter, Joker, Tulin. They also have Azil and Irie. So definitely, even in the late game, their damage is not going to fall off, even with the Joker actually backing off at that part of the game. While on the side of Team Olympus, they need to scale very, very well. They have a duelist of the Florentino. They have they have the Eleanor. They have the Malak, Crixie, and Wonder Woman. So Crixie as a supplementary damager, and the initiations are going for the Malak and the Wonder Woman. So it's Actually, very, very hard to see who is going to be winning. Is it going to be the wombo combos from Team Olympus, or is it going to be the pickoff and also the late game damage of all gamers to get this game number one?
It's like Team Olympus challenging fire with fire in this composition, having to, have that option to engage onto them whenever all gamers are gonna pull the trigger as well. And right now, as we see the final look onto their draft as well as their bans, having to choose between in a Team Olympus draft and all gamers, for me, I'm kind of favoring the lineup here of Team Olympus, primarily because of the peel that can be provided by both J-Jack and Ward, and Sans on this Crixie can do wonders, as well as the Florentino with their good late game on the Elandor. But for you, who do you think can be favorable with the draft only?
Yeah, for now, I think OP has the. I don't know. I feel like all gamers actually has thought about their draft well. They have early game heroes and they have late game heroes. In comparison to OP, they are gonna scale very well in the early, but they may fall off in the late game just because they have a Crixie. And Ellender is going to be very, very squishy going into the late game if we do actually see them get the lead and they are not going to be able to finish it as fast as they can. I feel like Team Olympus is going to fall off in game number one. But that is still yet to be seen because game number one is just starting.
Yeah, Team Olympus challenging all gamers in this best of two series. The game has started here. Team Olympus on the blue side, all gamers, of course, on the red side, as we see a little bit of an aggression coming in from Anan. Warden J-Jack looks to try and have this security in their jungle as they do engage onto Ice. He is taking a lot of damage, but no overcommit coming from Team Olympus. They just want to zone the members of AG out.
Yeah, and so far, we're going to see some of the rotations leaning heavily for all gamers to go for a gank here in the bottom lane, the Abyssal Dragon lane. They're actually going to be aiming to shut down Rora as early as now, just because we all know Florentino is going to be a very dangerous hero once he gets his groove on, and Irie actually needs more items to get hot.
Yeah, that is true. The Florentino can be a hassle sometimes, especially if he is able to scale up well. But as we see all gamers diving onto Ward, just shoving him out. This is a Wonder Woman, so he can just whip everybody, either going in or pulling them in. Depends on the situation or the HP of the target hero. But as we see the objective spawns, we can see them, agreeing onto each other, taking one each. Dark Slayer is going to be taken here by Team Olympus. Meanwhile, all gamers are going to be sticking with that Abyssal Dragon. No contest from both sides. But as we see Ice again gaining information onto the red side jungle here of Team Olympus. They can get information on where Team Olympus are prioritizing, tracking them down and preventing these split pushes and ganks. As we see J-Jack on the bush, can we see an engage? The answer is no. They're just throwing jabs here and there.
And seeing that they are actually having the advantage in terms of the damage that they can deal here. Team Olympus needs to capitalize on this as early as now. They need to get hot, but with the composition that we're seeing and even the rotations for all gamers, it's just making it hard for a pickoff. Because most of the time, we're gonna see the members of all gamers actually being in the bush first. And the Richter is one of those heroes that can actually go for those vision wars without any kind of worry, just because he has a lot of utility.
Yeah.
The moments of invulnerability. as well. So he is going to be safe. Most of the time, Rora might be caught out. The Ryu is not going to be connecting to anyone. That gives a lot of dashes. And without the 5-minute mark, the turret is still going to be tanky at this point.
So tanky, as we see Sans, try to zone out the members of all gamers. No engages just yet, except for this from Menglei. Sans taking a lot of his HP down as the cavalry comes through, trying to protect him and maybe punish that overextension. But with a safe play here of Menglei and Anan, they're not going to be punished for that. They are going to be losing a jungle camp because of Jack, Warden, and Sans, but the Might Golem still going to be taken here by all gamers. Looking at the gold, it's kind of even as of the moment. Both teams are really trying to scale, and we did talk about the early to late game advantage of both teams, kind of having a little bit more insurance on the side of all gamers. Maybe this would put a little bit of a pressure onto Team Olympus. Although they do have the Elendor, Wardo is getting engaged upon by 3 members. He is able to escape. But as of the moment, things are just being, even. No overcommit by both teams. No punishes being made by either of them. Both are just looking to scale up, trading out objectives, maybe getting some towers. But Ward is being a little confident here against Ice, chunking down most of his HP. And as they take this Star Slayer, maybe they can transition onto the Abyssal Dragon, since all gamers are going to be taking a little while to secure this. But no.
Yeah, and there's going to be some trades on the objectives, but at this point, all gamers is still going to be trailing, and there's going to be the shock from Jack, but no commit is actually going to be continuing in there, with Ice actually not hitting that jungle strike for the slow, and that's a lot of damage on Ice as well. So he is going to be in danger if Sans is actually going out there and uses his skill to burst him out. But he is going to be opting out to go for a rotate here in the mid lane, where Ward is doing his best to actually stave off some of the damage coming in from Yan. And Menglei throws in the blades. Not going to get much damage there. Sans just actually used his Moonfall to clear the wave here in the mid lane.
Clear the wave. I think this has been the most peaceful game so far we have seen in all of group stages. Having no deaths, 0 deaths, almost a little halfway above the 10-minute mark. But as we see Ice engaging onto Jack, maybe we can see a little bit of a change and a shift in the tempo side, as there's gonna be a dive, 4-man dive here onto the top lane, but an orb actually allows him to stay alive. In the meantime, Ice taking most of the HP down to half as reinforcement comes in through Sans. No, that still. This has been, peaceful fights usually can be boring, but I'm kind of amused on how meticulous these both teams have been, doing so far in this game. Both of them are not giving a chance for each other to actually secure that first blood. 7 minutes into the game, equal gold. I mean, almost. It's just a 400 gold lead by Team Olympus, but no kills, no towers, just farming for everyone and also tracking their enemy team.
And we're seeing just them clearing and getting some resources for themselves. And at this point, no one's actually pulling the trigger, and that's going to be the Gus actually getting a hit. Aurora, Gentleman's Duel is going to be started, but with the third fire, he might fall dangerously low. He is going to disengage himself, and Eon, even with the advantage, he's not going in and trying to commit, because this is the Florentino. There is a potential for outplay, and I think that is the safest move that you can actually do at that point. And we're still seeing here that all gamers is going in for fast clears, getting in the rotation. Ice is waiting here in the blue side, blue buff side of the map. Let's see if it is going to pay off for them. The Slayer again is going to be taken by the side of all gamers, and there's going to be a trade of objectives. Team Olympus is going to be taking the Holy Dragon.
Yeah, there has been a switch in the objective side. I wonder why. Maybe all gamers are wanting to actually take down a tower as they do are, grouping up towards the top side. There's going to be a dive here by Ice. Naturally, he's going to be able to tank a little bit of that damage. 2 turret shots here. But Ward gets poked out a little too much. He has to back away. But as we see the bottom lane being pushed out here by the Florentino, Team Olympus looks to actually beat them in the macro department as all gamers are kind of struggling securing the towers of their own. The whole outer bottom lane turrets have been destroyed because of the split push, but a J-Jack falls down. That's going to be the first blood at 9 minutes into the game. All gamers with the first kill. This is kind of... this is messing my mind right now. Honestly, 9 minutes for the first blood. We saw 2 towers fall down before even the first blood happened, and Team Olympus are surprising us as of the moment with their strong performance, although it's just a 1k goal lead as of right now. So late game insurance is still there on the side of AG, but they have to stop the split pushes, especially from the Florentino.
And definitely, we're going to see an engagement. The shock is not going to connect. The orb is going to be used by Anan to actually get out of that situation. Ice is still being bruised here by Ward. Uses the Last of Truth to go and get the gap close. But in terms of the objectives, we're actually seeing Team Olympus getting the advantage just because they were able to push 2 towers for themselves. Mengle is going to be dangerously low there. Half of his health is going to be left. And that's a stun for the Moonfall. And with the Moonfall coming in from Sans, bursting out Yeon in that engagement. That's a lot of stunts and crowd controls being layered there. But we're going to see Rora actually getting out of the jungle strike of Ice. More of the engagements are happening here.
More and more actually, as they did get that long build up in the early game. 9 minutes of farming and split pushing happening from both teams as Team Olympus secures this tier 1 tower in the mid lane, having that little bit of a jungle access towards their bot side, since all gamers bot side outer turrets has been destroyed already pre 9 minutes, and with their Florentino split pushing constantly, this tier 1 tower might actually fall down before Tang Tang reaches it. But as they do get it, Rora with a good calculation, especially with that siege minion helping him secure that tower. Ward is gonna use the lasso of truth, try and get into Ice, but as they overextend, they realize that this might be a crucial mistake. All gamers are trying to capitalize onto this, knowing for the fact that they are healthier than the members of Team Olympus. But Ice, having to overextend that orb, definitely did not help him survive as he falls down. Midheart, though, making a crucial mistake, gets taken away as well. It's a 1-for-1 trade, but maybe a blown up here by all gamers as they do take 2 members down.
And they were able to play into the strengths of their team. They were actually able to overextend the lineup of Team Olympus. And with the line stretched too thin for any kind of defense, it was just all gamers wreaking havoc in the back. And with the Elender actually being taken out at the middle of the clash, the damage for Team Olympus actually dwindled. Remember, they are fielding a supplementary type of comp wherein the Crixie is not going to be able to burst anyone as long as the members here of all gamers are going to be grouped up. In comparison, we're going to see all gamers actually having the potential to win the 1v1s with their burst potential. And Ian uses the Ryu to get a reposition there with a lot of dashes. The Gus is not going to get a hit.
Yeah. And as we talk about this, as the game progresses, yeah, Team Olympus has been securing these towers so far quite effectively. But in the gold department, all gamers still has the upper hand, although it's just 700. Knowing for the fact that they do scale well, Team Olympus is kind of getting pressured right now. They have to be efficient in the split pushes and actually prevent these damage being dealt by all gamers as they are also grouping up. There can be a flank coming in from this Florentino, Rora, as well as Midheart getting engaged upon here by Yian. But as they take this Infinite Slayer that has spawned, they will save their mid tier 1 tower, just losing that bottom lane jungle from all gamers. And as we see the replay, we come to observe that overextension that Midheart has made, kind of causing a big problem here on the side of Team Olympus, as all gamers catching him out can be a big deal.
And we're gonna see the damage of Sans actually hitting on there. He's gonna be forced out to go back to the base. Still no objectives is gonna be seen. 40 seconds till the Infinite Slayer, the Dark Lord Slayer is actually gonna be procced. Not and J-Jack, Ice, Ward are actually going in for a lot of bruiser fights here in the middle lane. No one is giving time to actually and then they're not gonna make it easier for any of the other members of both of the opposing teams to get that clear easily.
And Midheart, I think, has to be a little more careful whenever he tries to engage, because he's constantly going to be dove upon like this from Ice. Luckily, he has been successful in terms of disengaging, but the threat is slowly but surely building up from the side of all gamers as they continue to group up. And there's little to no punish to what they're doing, since as they group up, Team Olympus has to group up as well. And because of this, they can't actually opt to go with their split push, as Ice is taking a lot of damage. Florentino, Rora with a kill. Nice assassination punish for that overextension, but all gamers seems to be untarnished with the situation, still maintaining their aggression, preventing Team Olympus from actually split pushing onto the side lanes, as Rora opts to do so as of the moment, knowing for the fact that they do have numbers advantage. But this number is not really helping them as of the moment. Pressure is still being made, especially by Anan, confidently staying in the lane. Maybe has to flicker out since he is being engaged here by the members of Team Olympus. Boxing them out away from the Infinite Slayer. That's going to be the bait that they're opting to do so. They have to be careful from Anan. He can actually take most of that damage and still make for that outplay.
Yeah, Anan actually is doing a lot of good work there on getting the clear wave. It's going to be a 5-man commit here by all gamers again. Getting some damage to J-Jack, but with J-Jack actually being very, very tanky, he's going to be able to tank all of the damage coming in from the frontliners of all gamers. And so far, no one actually is, using their killer instincts. No one's pulling the trigger. If someone actually pulls the trigger, it is not going to be a synchronous trigger there, because just we're actually seeing a lot of hesitations from the members of both teams to actually go for a full commit. And that is one of the reasons why sometimes we're going to see a pick-off wherein one member is going to be aggressive while 4 of the members are actually going back. Like when Ice was actually picked off at that moment. And Ice is doing his best, but with all of the slows being procced here by Ward and J-Jack, he is actually being punished a little bit. And he is losing that tank battle. A lot of the bruisers here are just too tanky at the moment. And Ward is going to reposition himself again near their turret, maybe to actually get some of the advantage, just because if you have a turret in a 4v5 scenario, it's like you're actually having another teammate that is dealing a lot of damage for you as well. And Ice misses those 2 jungle strikes, but he is not going to be punished for it. But because of the other members of Team Olympus actually hovering here, that's going to be the candle after being used, and a lot of damage in a short span of time.
Yeah, they are just continuing to group up. Actually, this grouping up of all gamers is helping them because of the hesitations being made by both Rora and Sans in terms of split pushing, since they have to group up as well to try and prevent these engages. They have been losing quite a lot of towers, if you ask me. They have lost 2 already, looking to just defend this low HP mid lane tier 1. And as we see J-Jack and Ward engage onto 2 members, no retaliation has been made so far, just slight jabs here and there. All gamers having a kind of a tanky Rictor here, just soaking up all that damage. Them even looking to engage as Yeon is heavily in the front, trying to zone out Ward away from the team fight as Midheart also takes a bit of damage himself. And as we see them group up, they're actually kind of hovering towards this Infinite Slayer that they can actually take. They can force out Team Olympus to respond to this, but maybe after they clear. But since they see Joker onto the top lane, all gamers are being dive upon here. Ice is kind of low. He has to fall back. And as the members of AG fall back, Team Olympus are looking to capitalize this maybe on an Infinite Slayer take, but they're deciding to go in with a death brush. They have been spotted out, so they can't take the Infinite Slayer just yet.
Yeah, still going to be a point of contention here. The Dark Lord Slayer is still going to be an objective that they're going to be coveting. While we're seeing here that all gamers, this is the kind of rotation that we've been seeing so far. No one's going in for wave or split pushes for any of these teams. And it makes the game longer for themselves. J-Jack is going to commit for that shock. Not going to get a hit on Tang Tang, who is going to be able to flicker away. And with the information that the shock is not available, AG is actually not pulling the trigger. And this has been what we call a battle of attrition for both teams. No one actually making a play. The wave clear management is actually very bad. And Ice is going to commit ward on Ward, but Ward is just too tanky at this point. So even with the damage that he's receiving, he still has the Bruce's submission to actually bring and give him a burst of life whenever he needs it. And they are now going to reposition themselves. The shock is going to be used. Is going to get a hit on An. Ice is going to be in the midst there. No one is going to be taken out there as well, with all of the flickers now being used, except for we're still on a lot of flickers here on the side of AG. Rora goes in for the lock-in on Ice, and the Dark Lord Slayer is now being started here by Team Olympus. Midheart doing his best to go for that engagement. Ice goes with the jungle strike and a lot of shield as well. And we're gonna see Yeon getting a first down on Crixie, getting a lot of damage in the backside. There is gonna be another one here with Rora falling down with his resurrection still available. He is still gonna have a lot of combinations there. The orb is gonna be procced by Melee, and he is going to out-survive the members of Team Olympus with one member left for the defense. Is there gonna be any success here for Team Olympus? I think not, because all gamers are going all in this clash, and that is Ward falling down. And with the 5-man convergence in the Nexus, game number 1 is gonna be in the hands of all gamers.
The very first team fight will be the last. All gamers make most out of that full commit fight by both teams. They get the team wipeout with no casualties, and they go for the win. Fantastically played here by all gamers, showing superiority not only in their patience, endurance, and attrition. They also make most out of the timing, having to spot out the most crucial members of Team Olympus. We saw the game being so long, but being so good as well. 9 minutes before the first blood, split push prioritized by Team Olympus, and then all gamers focusing on grouping up, denying, preventing those split pushes because of the pressure of a team fight. But then, after a crucial mistake by Team Olympus on this particular fight, losing 2 members because of the overextension by Midheart, we saw them looking for one more mistake from Team Olympus, and when they did show it, they never held back. All gamers with a fantastic performance in this game number 1, looking to solidify their spot even more in the playoffs.
Yes, and so far game number 1 is actually very, very long, just because we saw both of the teams actually hesitating, not really going in for the commit. and they were actually waiting for a lot of chances there. And the one who actually did a lot for all gamers in that clash was Yeon on that IW, actually bursting out Sans in a matter of seconds, and then following it up with Midheart being taken out as well. And the IW getting that double kill on the last clash secured the damage that they need to actually win and take home game number 1.
Yeah, I love how the patience game paved the way actually for all gamers to win. We talked about this during the drafting phase. All gamers have that late game superiority in terms of the damage, also the tankiness there of Ice soaking up so much damage during the team fight, and them having to actually survive with no casualties going for that team wipeout. It's just a strong start for them. So for Team Olympus, we did see them improve in this game from all the group stage games that they did have over the past few days. It's still not enough to take down AG. They have to pull it a little bit higher.
And looking forward to game number 2, maybe we're gonna see a more aggressive team for in the side of all gamers, because I mean, playing it safe is good and all, but you need to know your win conditions for Team Olympus. And one of the win conditions that they had was actually finishing the game as early as they can.
Yep.
And we saw how ineffective it was, having few crowd controls for themselves. Only the Wonder Woman who can actually deal a lot and deal some crowd controls for Team Olympus. They were just falling off. And Ellender, yeah, you can deal a lot of damage with the free looks, but you're just gonna be squishy at the end. And with your kind of limited range, he's just gonna be an open target. And we saw how fast it was for the IW to actually go in for the dive and take that kill in a matter of seconds.
Yeah. We also talked about the Malok being picked up. Since there's not much crowd control, especially with the Wonder Woman pick as well, they can't really stop these engages. Unlike if they picked up something that can actually not only soak up damage but also deal crowd control, just like a Mina. Maybe we can have seen a stronger team fighting capability on the side of Team Olympus. That should be something they are looking forward in game number 2, because the past is gonna remain in the past. Game number 1 has been won here by all gamers, and I want to ask you about though the scaling, or like the safe start there of both teams. Do you think it really could have favored Team Olympus in such a way?
Yeah, I mean, at that point, I didn't think that it would have favored Team Olympus, because their lineup is more of the aggression coming in from their team, and having the Malak, and you're just gonna be playing it as passive as you can at the early parts of the game. It is just gonna be detrimental for you, because there is also gonna be a spike for the Malak, but he also falls off in the late game if he's not gonna have, if he's actually gonna be soaking a lot of damage. And we're going to see here on the scoreboard, we're going to see a disparity in kills. And all of these kills actually came from the last parts of the game where they were wiped out by all gamers. It's a 3-9 with a 6 kill advantage for the side of all gamers. And the gold lead is actually at almost 6,000. The towers taken, of course, all gamers is going to have the brunt of it. Even with the early objective takes that we saw coming in from Team Olympus, it was just not enough to actually funnel all the gold to the lineup that they had. And even the objectives, they are actually going to fall off from Team All Gamers, who was actually able to get and capitalize on the Abyssal Dragon. They were not able to capitalize on towers, but at the end of the day, if you have the Abyssal Dragon buff, you're going to have additional damage, plus you're going to be able to clear your accounts as fast as you can. So we are going to see the MVP of the game is going to be Tang Tang, actually having a 66.7%, a 204 kill death assist ratio, which is going to be perfect. And look at the damage that he's dealt, 158k. Roll goal difference, 2,924 against J-Jax Malok. MVP points, Nov.26, and this is his first MVP of the tournament.
Yeah, a strong performance by the Joker Tang Tang with this, well, KDA damage and overall performance. I want to commend Anan as well on the Tullen, having the highest damage in that game. Fantastic performance by not only Anan, Tang Tang, but the rest of the members as well, having to help each other secure this game number 1 win against Team Olympus. So right now, as we wait for the second game to start, we come to think of what ways Team Olympus can actually strike back and possibly get their very first win, because so far things have been, although improving, still quite not enough to allow them to secure that 1 point.
Yeah, we're actually going to expect Team Olympus actually going in for more aggressive plays. And as we start game number 2 of this first series of the day, let's see what is going to be in store for us. We're going to see all gamers being in the first pick, while Team Olympus in the second half of the pick. And so far, it has been a series of stalemate for both of the teams. It's just that the lineup was actually heavily favoring all gamers in the late game. So there was a lot of expectations already that they were going to win if they reached that certain point. While on the side of Team Olympus, them not actually being able to pull off the lineup the lineup strategy that they wanted to pull off, it was, honestly disappointing.
Yeah. Right now, Team Olympus are gonna be the ones on the red side. All gamers on the blue side. Naturally, they can have that priority on the Elsu if Team Olympus are gonna let them pick it up, since they did do that as well on their match against DTAC Talon. And that was actually a strong game for them, having to pick up the Iggy, the Key, and the Irie during that match. Although it did turn out to be a lose, it was a good game for them nonetheless. But as we see some of these assassins being taken out by all gamers, we come to kind of see the path more towards the side of the Elsu. Richter as well to be respected, knowing for the fact that all gamers had a strong performance with this. With a Superman taken away, yeah, Elsu is on the table.
Elsu is still going to be on the table, and all gamers are actually hovering on it, and they locked in without any kind of second thought. They know that if they're going to be able to use Elsu in a very defensible position, they're going to be dealing a lot of damage at the distance. And that's maybe is one of the focal points wherein they're going to be able to be more aggressive for their side. While on Team Olympus, they still have 2 choices of their own. A lot of the fighters are still available. You still have Lu Bu, but Iggy is actually going to be procced here, maybe to try to counter the Elsu at this point. And it has been this kind of lineup wherein we're going to see a lot of effectivity on the composition of Team Olympus, because whenever they field Iggy on their side, they actually sail very, very well.
Yeah, they do. They can pressure the Elsu as well. They did try this composition too, but they didn't face off. I mean, they got to ban out the Lorian and even a good front line, just like an Arthur during their match against DTAC Talon, and both of which are still available for the taking. Lubu as well is going to be picked up here by AG. So lots of damage, lots of crowd control, and that overall pressure can be built up by the likes of all gamers. And as we see, an interesting pick here coming in from the side of Team Olympus, the Ferres. What are your thoughts about this, Vittorio?
Well, at the first 3 compositions that we're seeing from Team Olympus, there's going to be a lot of dives for them. So this might be the best offense beats the best defense, because at this point you're not gonna see a lot of crowd controls except for the stingers of the Varus and the slows from the Tachi. So if they can actually make preoccupy the composition of all gamers during those clashes, then definitely there's gonna be a lot of good looks for the Iggy. But if they're not gonna be able to stave off the Lorian, who's just also gonna be very, very hard to catch, Iggy is gonna be in danger most of the time. And with the Elsu actually in the back, we're gonna see a lot of overcommittals for the side of Team Olympus. It's actually gonna be very, very hard for them because of the Lu Bu in the front, who's just gonna be definitely hard to kill.
Kind of unstoppable, given that he's not gonna be the one to be prioritized for sure by Team Olympus. They want to take down the Elsu and the Lorian since it deals nooks of damage, honestly. But maybe the spec, maybe with the Laville, it can allow them to actually dive onto the Elsu if given the chance to actually have that opportunity. It can be a struggle. They are gonna be having that option, but not so sure if that is gonna be enough. As the damage department still kind of favors AG as of the moment.
Yeah, at this point, I think that the lineup that we're seeing from Team Olympus is more of how they're going to be able to start it with the double trouble coming in from the Laville.
Yeah.
But that is very, very hard to pull off if we're going to see a composition that's going to be very, very fast. Although, I do see that the double trouble might be able to counter the Elsu. Once a double trouble actually hits Elsu, that's already going to be a sign for all of the divers of top Team Olympus to actually finish off Elsu. But at that point, who's going to be able to defend the Laville and also the Iggy? It is going to be depending on the last pick of Team Olympus. While on Team All Gamers, they are actually fielding 3 of the most tankiest heroes here in Arena of Valor: the Lu Bu, the Amelie, and the Wonder Woman, who's definitely going to have a lot of crowd control for their side.
Lots of crowd control indeed. It's starting to be a little more scary for Team Olympus since they have this, kind of linear way of approaching all gamers. Meanwhile, for all gamers, yeah, it's kind of linear, but it's a lot more safe as well. Having the, I'm kind of surprised with the Murad pick if ever they do pick it up. I wanna hear your thoughts about this. This is kind of surprising me as of the moment.
Yeah, and them actually fielding a Murad who's actually out of the meta is actually baffling. One of the points why Murad isn't being used right now even in the ranked games, is that the damage he deals in a 5v5 is actually mitigated on how many targets he's hitting with his ultimate. The turbulence is definitely not felt much in the clashes that will happen, even with the late game items. We're going to see a lot of tanks on the side of all gamers. Maybe they're going to use the Murad to counter the Elsu, but that is a what if. We all know if a snipe hits that Murad, he's definitely going to be in the red as soon as he closes in on the Elsu.
I mean, Elsu is a menace, but we do see the intent here of Team Olympus, so it can be pressure for Tang, having to need to play safe, more safe than usual, since we do know the possible set with the double trouble piled upon by the Iggy burst, and the gap closes coming in from the side of Team Olympus. As we see the final roster here, the team comparison along with their respective heroes, this is match point for all gamers, having a strong performance in game number with a final chance of Team Olympus to get their first win so far in the group stages as of day number 5.
Yeah, and we are now gonna start game number 2. But with the kind of composition that we're actually gonna see, I'm actually very scared for Team Olympus
Yeah,
on what.
same.
Yeah, I mean the draft doesn't just is definitely gonna be leaning into all gamers, but miracles can happen. We're gonna see the advantage actually falling into the hands of Team Olympus at this point. Maybe they just need a few good looks and maybe the early kills for themselves to actually get the effect that they want to happen. And look at the damage of the Lorian on Ward. On Lorian is actually going to be a menace for Ward just because of the peel damage that he can do in the distance.
I mean, imagine the responsibility and pressure onto the level. Having to need to hit that double trouble on not only to any member but onto the Elsu as we see them dive. Anan is gonna be able to back away. But as we are talking about, given the fact that the double trouble's cooldown is at least 35 seconds when it is maxed out in terms of level. In the early game, it's kind of like 45. So you have that kind of cooldown, or you provide that much safety or breathing room for all gamers whenever that double trouble misses. So he has to hit the right opponent at the right time and with the proper follow-up coming in from the side of from OP, from Team Olympus, if they want to get that kill on to the Elsu. But as they do get that kill onto Ice, they have taken the first blood. A cheesy gank coming in from J-Jack and Sans.
Yeah, that's gonna be a lot of damage with the Ember's Gaze hitting Tang Tang, only hitting one out of his 3 snipes. Medhart is going to be using Temporal Turbulence and another dimension here. That's going to be the double trouble. Is it going to hit anyone? No, it's not going to get a hit. And no more initiations are going to happen for the side of Team Olympus. There's going to be a try on Yeon trying to steal that Holy Dragon. But with the damage that he has right now, it's going to be negligible. And Rora goes in with a lot of the Stinger damage. And so far, we're seeing the advantage going into Team Olympus just because of J-Jack's Iggy dealing a lot of damage in the distance. Ice as well is going to be in the midst here with a lot of the Shadow Bounce actually shaving off some of his health.
Yeah, a strong start for Team Olympus. Will we see them maintain this kind of aggression and lead though, as it's only just a little over 700 as of the meantime? That steal is not gonna be made since Menglei still has secured that blue buff. But as we check out the replay, you come to see how irritating the Iga can be. All those pokes constantly bouncing and bouncing. Oh, that would have been a hassle. I hope I don't see an Iga in my ranked games because I'm bad at dodging.
Yeah, definitely. And with the range of effectivity of a Niggy, it is actually going to be very, very hard to miss with that here. That's going to be a bracelet submission being procced out to J-Jack, but with the flicker ready, he is not going to be taken out. While in the 1v1 situation, Rora might be in danger while Midheart goes in for the rescue, disengaging Eon at that 1v1. The Dark Slayer is going to be secured here by all gamers though, getting some of the objectives back for themselves just because of the braces of submission and forcing that flicker on J-Jack. And whenever the flicker is not going to be ready for J-Jack, they're not going to be committing much in damaging the heroes of all gamers.
Yeah. Also, we talked about the responsibility of Sans later on, the level. So having, double trouble missing again, that provides the safety of all gamers. A breathing time, to just chill and maybe even capitalize having it being on cooldown. As we see Midheart just checking the bush since he saw, Anan is there. He's gonna be missing on it though. So all gamers still has this catching up onto Team Olympus. And as we talked about during the drafting phase, scaling can be favorable still on the likes of all gamers, given the fact that they do have strong front lines and poke plus the damage burst as well. Right now, Team Olympus are starting to be problematic in these initiations. We haven't seen a double trouble hit just yet. Even after 4 attempts, if I'm not mistaken, none were hit so far. So the level pick isn't really helping them as of the moment. But maybe later on, we can see it.
Yeah, we're gonna see the Star Sky being initiated here, getting some damage in the snipe. Again, it's gonna connect on J-Jack. J-Jack might be forced to go back, but he is still going to stand strong in there. And another snipe is gonna get a hit on Ward as well. Another one. But the damage for now coming in from Tang Tang's snipe is not gonna be considerable just because he was not able to secure any kills for now, and the double trouble is gonna miss again the target here. Rora is going to be able to get into a position where he is going to be safe.
Ooh.
While Sans and Tang Tang are actually going for the engagement. The braces and submission,
Oh!
the lasso of truth gets that kill. And the Star Sky again is going to be procced out, but with the shield being popped off, that skill is not going to be knocking up that level. And one kill is going to be on the side of all gamers, and another engagement might happen. Sans might be in danger, but look at the damage that he's dealing. Orbs are going to be popped off, and Tang Tang is going to be getting that kill. With J-Jack trading out that L2 at that moment with the damage that he's dealing with the Ember's Gaze and the Shadow Bomb. No one is coming out on top yet.
Well, all gamers actually came on top of that, having 2-for-1 trade. And, well, just almost, J-Jack with the ulti. Nearly taking down one more, but that guess on the ulti didn't really pan out the best for them. Team Olympus are not getting phased that much though. They are still trying to take this Dark Slayer, although it has been contested here by AIC as Anan looks actually enter with the combo that he does have. Ward chunked down to half. Will it be enough? The answer is no. Team Olympus are still fighting back. They do fall back for a while as more members come across here from the side of all gamers. Melee is starting to be a trouble since it is a Lubu that is hard to, push back since he has that Conqueror. They're pathing towards top. They want to secure this tier 1 and up their gold lead even more. And it is going to be easily taken here by all gamers. No contest whatsoever. No defense coming in from Team Olympus. And as the Dark Slayer falls back, another one awakens now with a boost, and we haven't seen that much priority coming in from the side of Team Olympus on these objectives just yet. Just a one for one trade a while ago, them taking one, and all gamers as well. And as we check out the replay, you come to see a crucial positioning from all gamers getting that kill onto Sans. And with the orb actually helping them survive the team fight, now they're looking to secure this Infinite Slayer. It's uncontested, and they're turning onto the members of Team Olympus, shoveling them back, telling them to not even challenge. Not at all, as they are invading the red side jungle here of Team Olympus, zoning them even on their own jungle. The aggression is building up as their momentum does as well on the side of all gamers, and look at how aggressive they are being. J-Jack has to fall back since he's very low. They can't even take this tier 2 tower at top when the wave actually arrives.
Yeah, and we saw the Star Sky connect on Sans, but the damage coming in from Lorian is still not gonna be enough to burst him down, but that gives a lot of space for the second tier third take here in the top lane. And now we're gonna see a backdoor here, and the Murag goes in with a ton of time, and another dimension. He's not gonna be able to proc out the Temporal Turbulence, but Tang is gonna be the target there. Ward is also gonna be in danger. Melee is gonna finish him off. The snipe again is gonna connect on J-Jack, and with J-Jack at low health already, one more snipe. Ember's Gaze is gonna be used here, and
oh my!
See here, Yeon going in for the lock-in on Midhard, gets that crit also on J-Jack, getting a lot of kills for the side of all gamers. Only Rora is going to be left and mid-hard for the defense. And that's not going to be enough for all of the outlet turrets here in the middle lane. And the bot lane is also going to be pushed out here by the Amelie. Aurora is going to be in the mids here. Ice is not going to be able to use that Lasso of Truth. A knock-up from Menglei is going to deter Midheart from getting that Temporal Turbulence out. And the Blazes of Submission is going to be used.
Oh!
Lasso of Truth connecting with the snipe of coming out from Tang's gun. Ward is going to disengage here. Double Trouble is actually going to get a hit now. But with the Gilded Greaves, it's not going to be long enough. And the Star Sky deals a lot of damage against Tucson. More of the action is going in on. And I think All Gamers is not going to stop because they're going all in. They might go for the GG push, but with 4 members still left here in the side of Team Olympus, it might not be possible. But Eon is going crazy, just getting that 1 versus 3 kill. He is going to be shut down here by the LaVille, but 2 towers are already crumbling down here in their base.
All Gamers with a fantastic team fighting. 3, 4 towers secured, 5 members killed on the side of Team Olympus, and now they're up by almost 6,000. Okay, Double Trouble hits onto a member. Ice, though, is very tanky. He can survive for so long. I love how creative their team fighting has been on the side of All Gamers. The Lasso of Truth coming in from Ice, hitting the best possible targets which are on low HP, so that turns into a pull, followed up by the snipe there. The snipe from Tang, allowing them to secure most of the kills, and nobody can actually fall through on this front line. Sans gets obliterated by Yeon, and now as Team Olympus looks to back away, they're not being let to back away by the members of All Gamers. A snipe once again from downtown. Tang with a beautiful performance on this Elsu, looking now to solidify this win, this series against Team Olympus. 2-0 by All Gamers.
All Gamers getting that sweep from Team Olympus shows that how much of a beast All Gamers can be at the right timing. Yes, we are actually not seeing a lot of shots from Tang at the early game connecting, but when we entered the last part of the game, he was able to get a lot of kills, and with Yeon actually getting a lot of kills for himself, even in a 2v1 scenario or a 3v1 scenario, it was just looking good for All Gamers all throughout the game.
Man, All Gamers with a strong performance. At most, they just had that small hiccup in the early game because of the aggression of Team Olympus. But, you know, we saw some signs already from the early game as well. Whenever Sans doesn't really hit that Double Trouble, you know, it kind of became a problem for them. Since All Gamers already know that kind of strategy, they have seen it so many times being made, not only by other teams, but primarily from Team Olympus. And as they do have so much burst capacity with the Elsu, with the Lorion, with Amelie, on Yeon being such a menace onto the back line, and since there's little to no protection onto the backline members of Team Olympus, very easy access. You also have that Lasso of Truth coming in from Ice. Nobody from Team Olympus can escape. And All Gamers right now are sitting at a such comfortable position after preventing that first point of Team Olympus.
Yeah, and definitely that was a very good game for All Gamers. They didn't really fall off. We didn't reach the later parts of the game, so we can consider it as dominating as it can be. Although they were struggling in the early game just because of the Iggy pick. We already knew that the ineffectivity of Murad is also going to be a factor for the lineup of Team Olympus. And most of the time, even with Murad actually in the clash getting the numbers advantage, they were not able to get the kill just because of how weak the damage that the Murad has whenever he goes in. It's because Murad is a hero that actually relies heavily on items. And the items are not going to be online on the Murad unless he was going to get those early kills. And the early kills were actually starved off on that Murad.
I love how they actually played this series, especially on the side of all gamers, being knowing when to be patient, knowing when to fall back, knowing when to actually go in, having to secure right now the fourth spot in Group A. They're kind of tied with Mad Team right now, so that can be a possible a tiebreaker part of them later on. But for Team Olympus, they're kind of falling off heavily right now. Still have yet to find their first win along with Exto Esports. Right now, I think they have to recuperate so much because of their performance in this game, in this series. Although it was a little bit better, especially in game number one. However, in this game number two, we saw them kind of falling apart. I want to put an asterisk on that, Murad, because I haven't really seen Midheart make those plays or having a good assassination on the backside. And we talked about this during the drafting phase. What are the pros and cons? What is the reason why Murad hasn't been picked? Why? Because it's hard to do it on the 5v5, right?
Yes, and so far we're gonna see the scoreboard here, and we're gonna see a large disparity again on the kills, with all gamers securing most of the kills here in game number two. That's gonna be a 10 kill advantage for all gamers. They actually accrued an almost 8,500 gold in terms of deficit. Towers are all taken by all gamers, with Team Olympus actually not taking any tower objectives. They were able to secure one dragon, but I don't really think that all gamers was actually hurt by that kind of objective, just because we're gonna see Seer dragons for themselves, which means that they are not prioritizing on the dragons. And even without the dragons, they have that wave clear advantage just because of the heroes that they fielded with the Lorian and also the Elsu. Players though were actually one of the objectives that they heavily favored on, getting two Slayers for themselves. And at this scoreboard, and you guys saw the graph, it was just a one-sided match. Yes, there we see Team Olympus actually gaining some advantage through the damage of Iggy, but that was just it. And the MVP of game number two is going to be Yeon on the Amelie, with a kill participation of 53.8%, KDA of 413, 62k damage, and the 62k damage was on the late game where he was able to shred a lot of the heroes of Team Olympus. The roll goal difference is going to be huge, 2,516, and the MVP points that he accrued in game number two is 11.9. This is his second MVP of the tournament, and what an outbreak play for Yeon. And even in game one and game two, he was the most impactful out of the players of all gamers.
Yeah, fantastic. Beautiful performance here by Yeon. We saw him flanking, going to the backline members of Team Olympus, and when we see him that very moment that he's on top of the players of Team Olympus, we already know he's gonna be bursting, deleting those backline members. A strong performance not only by Yeon but by the rest of the members of all gamers.
Yes, and definitely we're still going to be seeing them in the latter half of the group stages. But don't fret, with the series finish in the win with the dominating sweep from all gamers, we're going into the next series. It's going to be Buriram United Esports fighting it off against Exto Esports in an exciting best of two series. And once again, this is the Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Giang. We'll be right back. Don't touch a browser. This is Arena of Valor.
We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. I'm in a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground. I feel I am where I belong. You are. How have you been? We will meet again. Ah, that's a good boy.
Saigon Phantom still continues to track them down. Actually, they will get a priority on this objective. Alvine, actually survives with a sliver of health, but a flicker in by breaking out once again. Yue is trying to get stopped here by Muffers, but he still managed to reach the back line as Wirao immediately gets blown up as the backside has been, exposed onto that Aoi. And right now, that's going to be the complete this pick. And as we see the fight break out at top, 0-0 is kind of low. Goes back in, taking out Red. And because of that, Archangel might actually secure 2 kills without any trade as Yue tries to go in by a flank, takes out 1. But right now, because of the crowd control of the Superman,
in store for VF, they know how to play the advantages that they have. They know when to actually commit, and that's a zip roll going to be in. Lindis is going to get a shot on the Shaolin. With Kafeni being out, the damage is not going to be enough. Easy is going to be the next one. And look at the damage for Pichu. It's just too much with the crit.
Objective that they have taken already, compared it with just one on the rank so far. They got the first Abyssal Dragon early as Wawa engages! The burst comes through onto last, but right now with the suppression, Z might fall down. He actually lives and Bopak falls down. That's 2.
Welcome to the arena of Valor International Championships 2021, and we're back at it again for the second series. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kyang with his cat. And anyway, we are now actually in second series of the day. It's Buriram United Esports facing off against Japan's representative Exto Esports. So definitely Exto hasn't won any game yet here in Group A. It could be their chance here at day number 4, but that is still going to be a sight to see because Buriram United has also accrued a lot of the wins for themselves. They are part of the top 4 here in Group A. So definitely it is going to be a daunting task for Exto Esports.
I mean, for BRU, their only struggle was their game against V Gaming and a little bit against DTAC Talon. So the only 3 game of losses so far as of day number 5. And right now, they're looking to solidify their spot even more for the playoffs. Meanwhile, for ISO Esports, we have seen them try their very best in the most of these group stages, but we haven't seen results just yet. That is what we want to see them as they do try to take down one of the big titans right now in the group stages, BRU. And as we see right now, the rosters, KSSA, Difoxen, Nunu, F1, and Overfly, we have seen them as well making or getting these cheesy picks against most of the strong teams, as we saw them pick up the Zip even against Mad Team that helped them actually secure a really strong win against a fantastic team. And for Exto Esports, Yami, Mahi, River C, and Ochik2, we're hoping to see some signs of light for them as they are having the same scoreline and position just like Team Olympus. Let's hope for a big improvement by them.
Yes, and definitely the game is gonna start soon with a key player introduction for Buriram United. It is gonna be F1 with a KDA of 5.2, kill participation 76.7%, 780 goal per minute, a lot of damage dealt at 23.6% average on all of their undertakings, and the damage taken at 17.7%. That is F1, ladies and gentlemen. The ones that was actually able to accrue a lot of MVPs from his last showing. But the key player here for EXO Esports, it's gonna be Mahi, 0.8 KDA, 71.7% kill participation, goal per minute is 540, and that's a big disparity on the key players of both teams. So we're gonna see a lot of kills definitely being the name of the game of Buriram United, while EXO Esports not so much yet. They still have a lot to prove going in this series.
Yeah, hopefully we see a well. I'm kind of looking on ASD as well. On it is their Missile Dragon laner. I'm looking for a strong performance on him as well, because we have seen him pick up many heroes actually. I'm looking forward to see him kind of having a specialization on one instead, and a strong performance on it as well, as we do see the bans coming through. Tullen early being taken out here by BRU. Does this mean they're gonna be picking up something like a Lorian instead, as they usually opt to go for an Elsu? And having the Superman taken away, yeah, it is gonna be a prioritization on that snipe action, if ever EXO Esports are not gonna be banning it.
Yeah, and definitely we already saw how Buriram United plays it. They also can put a lot of trust on Defoxen and Nunu to actually get the Elsu. So in certain situations where they feel like the damage and also the capabilities of their marksman is gonna fall off, they're gonna put the Elsu there. They give it to Nunu to actually give a lot of suppression, and they usually go for a mage, jungle, Akira, Zil, or maybe even a Tulin. But with Tulin being banned out, that's gonna be out of the question. We're gonna see the first pick of Buriram United on the Crixie.
Ooh, a cheesy one perhaps. We have talked about this all throughout the group stages, that it's kind of a stable pick and not really stable, so not the best output that can happen sometimes, but it is a safer one. But having the Lorian being hovered here by EXO Esports, we can naturally assume that they might be building up an engaged composition, which we can had seen earlier during the match of Team Olympus and All Gamers. The Lorian from All Gamers was a menace as well, and having even the Wonder Woman hovered up, it's kind of like 2 out of the 5 heroes picked up there by All Gamers in the previous match, except for the Elsus, since it's banned away, of course.
Yeah, and with the Wonder Woman and Lorian, they are actually going to have a lot of initiation for EXO Esports, as long as the Starry Sky from the Lorian is going to connect. Plus, the re-engagements from the bracelets of submission, they're going to have a push on the shields and the short movement buff at that point whenever a bracelet of submission is going to be used by that Wonder Woman. But Buriram United actually just locked in Hayate and Itachi. They already have a kind of lineup that they want to feel. They're not going in for counter picks as well. And we're going to see EXO Esports actually using the Joker to maybe deter the Hayate at the right time. But that is also going to be in the heat of the moment, wherein not everything is going to be calculated.
Lots of things that has to be considered in this drafting phase. The timings later on during the team fights, and also, the damage that can be dished out. Plus, you have to take into consideration who is going to be in the front line. Well, for EXO Esports, they already have one. They already have a good engage as well. So it's kind of balanced as of the moment. They can still opt for a triple frontline composition, as they do will continue on to the batting phase as of the moment, taking out the Kira. Aoi taken out here by BRU, and the Elandor, provided that, well, EXO Esports, they can still opt for that double marksman if ever they want to have that good late game control that we have seen as well so far with the match of Team Olympus and EXO Esports. A good early to late game composition provided by all gamers, but this one, this Lubu pick actually can be a good one, since we have seen most people using the Lubu actually have a strong impact into the game, provided that he is gonna be tanky, he is gonna be dishing out some damage as well, and he can be disrupting the formation of the enemy team.
Yeah, and so far we are seeing a composition here with EXO Esports. They're going in for a lot of meta picks for themselves. All priority picks right now here in the AIC 2021 with the Lubu, Joker, Lorian, and also the Wonder Woman. They are going to have a strong composition, a lot of sustainability, a lot of tankability, and a lot of survivability as well. But on Buriram, they're going still with a lock onto a priority target on the Roxy. They also have someone a dive comp on their mids. They have a Hayate, they have a Tachi, they have a Ferris, and also supplementary damage definitely from the Crixie. And just a quick rundown for you guys. When the game start, we are actually gonna restart the game just because there is gonna be wrong skin being chosen. So we'll still be hanging back and waiting before the game really starts after this ban is over, after this graphic is over.
Okay, you can be patient, of course. It is Arena of Valor International Championships. They can have all the time in the world to fix everything up, making sure that all things go well. As we see the final pick here on the side of Exto Esports, the Kriknak can be a strong pick, especially in assassinating some of the members here of BRU. And as we see the final roster here by both teams, only I think there's just a reset of the game because of the skins chosen. So worry not, it's still gonna be the same lineup being picked up here by both teams. In theory, based on the drafts, Vittorio, who do you favor more? I kind of like the ones of Exto Esports actually because of the Lorian, Wonder Woman, and Lubu.
Well, based on the composition that we're looking, I guess EXO Esports is going to be packing a punch with their lineup because they have a lot of crowd controls for themselves. It's just that I don't think the Kriknak is going to be the most effective hero here, except if he's going to be able to lock in on the Crixie and the Hayate, which is going to be hard with the Roxy hovering in the front. Plus, you have a lot of tanks on the side of Buriram United as well. You pick up and there is going to be a squishy jungler. And at this point, it is not going to be squishy. We all know Varus can actually go for a lot of outplays. So definitely, it is going to be hard for EXO Esports to execute with this kind of lineup. But they do have a lot of the strong heroes on their side as well. On Buriram, it's all about the burst damage that they can actually do in a short span of time.
That is true. I'm also kind of scared in a way on the pick potential coming in from the side of BRU, knowing that EXO Esports, there are times that they are not really being efficient in their rotations, and sometimes they get caught up with some of the members dying. So that can be something that Buriram United Esports can actually punish later, especially with their picks right now. They want to have that good snowball, and in the team fight, it can be a hassle for them if ever they have the goal lead, especially when they go on objective takes.
Yeah, and definitely just waiting for the match to start. I'm actually having a lot of expectations on how X2 Esports is going to be able to, connect their crowd controls. It's just going to be the key for them to actually win, because with a team comp like that, you actually have a lot of deterrence on the Hayate. And if the Hayate is going to be caught out while he is using the Kunai Blitz, that's going to be a lot of skills being wasted already. And the dives that's going to happen for Buriram is not going to go into the advantage that they want it to be. So, yeah, Buriram needs to play this smart as well. They can actually go in for just some pick off comps. The
Uh-huh.
strategy that they need to play out is get the pickoffs, burst one down, and you're going to be able to burst a lot of the heroes on the side of Exo Esports, just because of the damage that Quixie can deal with the Moonfall. And of course, the dives that's going to happen where F1 with the Venom of the Varus and also the Kunai Blitz of the Hayate. They just need to capitalize on that, and they are definitely going to be able to clinch the win easily in this game.
But if we check into the composition of EXO Esports, them having Joker, Kriknak, do they have that much strong points on the scaling department or on the late game comparing to the likes of BRU? How would they stand off on the late game against them?
Well, in the late game, it's definitely going to be hard just because of the true damage of the Hayate. So
Mm-hmm.
if the Hayate is going to be left to get a lot of the free hits, they are going to struggle most of the time. Joker is going to fall off in the late game, wherein everyone is not just going to be easily bursted down, even the full damage items the Joker can have in the late game. While on the side, though, they who do have the Lubu to sustain themselves in the late game as well, who can bring a lot of damage to the table. But if he's gonna be shut down easily, then yeah, he's gonna be in the Dark Slayer lane. So definitely that could be a ganking lane for the side of Buriram, wherein they can just capitalize on taking out the Lubu most of the time. They can actually forego the Spirit Sentinel and just focus on the Abyssal Dragon lane, where we see that most of the Dark Slayer laners are actually pivoting in right now in the current meta.
Yeah, so in a way, to summarize that, there are a lot of holes on the composition of XO Esports, right? It can be capitalized here by BRU, knowing that they are a strong team. There's a reason why they're sitting at the third spot right now in Group A. It can be something to take into consideration, like the crucial factors of the comp that EXO Esports has gotten. They have to they need to get a strong start in the early game. Honestly, they have to get a strong start in the early game. Maybe get those skills. Maybe up to get lots of towers and also get good kills onto the members of BRU. Because if not, if the game progresses, if BRU manages to avoid those team fights and also still sneak out those jungle camps and objectives, little to no chance will EXO Esports have in the late stages of the game, because of, it's hard to go through the draft of what do you call it, from BRU as well. There's Crixie, there's a Varus, there's a Roxy. We even have the threat from the Tachi as well. That's a lot to take into consideration, provided that later on they would be able to take down the Lubu quite quickly too, especially with the amount of damage that Difoxin is going to be able to have with the Hayate.
Yeah, at that point, them not being able to stop the Hayate from the Kunai Blitz, or even the engagements coming in from the dives of Buriram, it is going to be hard for Exo Esports if we reach the latter parts of the game, wherein everyone's just going to be steamrolling them.
Mhm.
And yeah, Exo Esports needs to get the early game advantage and finish this and close this game with a dominating streak if they actually really want to clinch game number one from the hands of Buriram United. we've seen Buriram United Esports actually excelling in their contests, and even if they do lose some of the other teams here in Group Number A, it doesn't mean that they're not going to be able to dominate in some of the games. We've seen a lot of trades as well. Buriram got that 1-1 over the Talent. And although it was very, very unfortunate that they were actually swept by V Gaming
Mhm.
in a exciting best of two series,
True.
they still have a chance to get back against V Gaming at this point in the second half of the group stages. And in the Mad Team matchup, Buriram was actually top notch. They were able to obliterate the most of the compositions that Mad Team fielded against them. So this is a very, very good sign for Buriram United as well. As the game progresses, they'll be learning the ropes. And not just that, Mad Team in the Group A stages, you can also expect a lot from V Gaming and, of course, the Talent. But we can also expect a lot from Exo Esports, All Gamers, and of course Team Olympus if they are going to learn more here in the AIC 2021. But going so far in the technical analysis, I don't think that the caliber of teams from the other regions are yet on par with from the RPL, the GCS, and the AOG, who is just dominating here in the AIC 2021. Maybe if we give them more time to develop themselves, like the ASL, the Chinese teams, the Japanese teams, the Korean teams, and of course, when I say ASL, it's the Indonesian teams, and of course the MSP region.
Mhm.
If we give them more time, definitely they can be on par with the other pro teams in the big three regions.
I mean, we love to see these developments of teams, the improvements that they constantly show all throughout the tournaments, not only in the AIC but also in the qualifiers and their very own community tournaments that they do join. But also, we want to see results as well happening because all their tournaments, all the qualifiers that they did have a strong performance from, should have, you know, as we kind of expect from them, we want to see results happening as well in the AIC, especially right now in the group stages, particularly for Team Olympus and EXO Esports. Them struggling a little bit kind of is sad to think about, knowing for the fact that they are one of the strongest teams right now to join the AIC, but them falling apart quite quite fast as the battle against the other teams can be a little bit concerning. And when we actually take into consideration their play style and their draft, just like this game between BRU and Exto Esports, while we wait for the game to start, can you give me a little bit of insight on the draft of Exo Esports? Like I saw you kind of react towards the Cricknock pick a while ago. If not the Cricknock, what do you want to be picked instead to kind of have that solid lineup, maybe to improve their late games performance?
Well, if we're actually looking at the draft that they did, I think Cricknock is a wonderful hero when there is going to be a lot. For example, three of the heroes of Buriram United is going to be squishy, just because Cricknock cannot actually be sustainable even with the heals that he receives once he uses the drone drop and with a combination of his skills. It's not just going to be enough to actually outlast the members of Buriram. I guess a fighter would have been better at that position. Maybe the Lubu was a better pick going into the jungle, and they would actually pick out maybe an Omen for themselves for the lock-in onto the Hayate and the others, or maybe the Crixie. An Irie could have been also a possibility as well. It was not banned out. So at this point, maybe I guess this is the difference on how the regions draft. And I
Yeah,
think this kind of drafts sometimes just, you already know
favors.
who is going to have the advantage. Buriram United definitely has that advantage. They have the sustainability to fight off and stave off the damage coming in from that Cricknock, the Joker, and even the Lawyer.
Yeah. and we saw them even banning out the Elendor, provided that yeah, Joker has been picked, so they don't have late game scaling just yet. BRU already kind of had that insight that maybe they're kind of opting to go with a double marksman and then immediately banned it out after the second banning phase. I mean, during the second banning phase, kind of limiting the options of Exto Esports to have that late game insurance. Maybe that is why they picked the Kriknak to have that assassination instead. But it has pros and cons, and we see more cons on the composition on the side of Exo Esports. Hopefully, they do find a way, maybe a creative way to actually get their win condition against BRU, because this comp of and the players of BRU are kind of stable, looking strong for this game number 1. As we see the composition that we finally are going to continue back into the game number 1 between Buriram United Esports and Exo Esports.
Yes, the game number 1 is gonna be starting here with KSSA and Nunu in the middle lane, fighting it off against Mahi and Yami. And Mahi so far is the one contributing a lot for Exo Esports, but in terms of the KDAs that we saw, it is still not gonna be enough. No one is actually, popping off for Exo Esports, and maybe in this game we're gonna see a kind of game wherein Exo Esports is gonna dominate, and a lot of exchanges is gonna be here with Exo Esports. Ochik 2 actually going in for the damage on that Roxy.
Yeah, Mahi is chunked down almost down to 1/4 of his health. Quite a challenge already in the mid lane. Well, Nuro with a first blow with a flicker in. Wow, that was disgusting damage coming in from the Krixi. And what a way to actually start this game number 1. And we already see the problems occurring here on the side of Exo Esports. AESD nearly getting killed onto the top lane. He is going to be able to back away, but that fight in mid, that crucial engage coming in from Nunu, especially onto Mahi, knowing for the fact that he has used his flicker a while ago already, paved the way for them to actually secure that first blood.
Yeah, and we're seeing here Depth Brush. KSSA is going to be spotted here with Yami going out of the area, with Abyssal Dragon being the priority of Buriram United. They know that this is a better trade-off against the Slayer, because at this point, while we're not in the 5-minute mark, there is no advantage of taking the Slayer, just because you're not going to be able to push much of the turrets unless you're going to be committing for a 4-man, and that's going to be a Starry Sky. A lot of damage is going on hot here. Cliff Breaker being used by KSSA to disengage them. Mai is dangerously low. Let's see if that's going to get a hit. KSSA finishes off Mai as well. The knock-up is going to reach that quick knock, and Buriram goes in for the 2-man trade. That's a 2-for-1 advantage as well in that clash.
Goes in for a 2-for-1 trade and goes in wild. I mean, BRU upping their early game, given the fact that, well, early game should be something that Exo Esports are trying to have, but no, it's BRU stepping onto the gas. Nunu constantly going in for the spokes. Nice dodge onto Mai's engage. Immediate punish, chunking down some HP. Now BRU positioning themselves into more advantageous spots, as Yami is gonna get pulled and is gonna get killed in the process. Nunu and the rest of these teammates are on fire. Just a little over 1.5k gold lead, but yeah, a strong start indeed. 4-1 on the scoreboard. Might as well get those objectives later on continuously, because no one can fight them as of the moment. As we see them dive into the top lane. ASD has survived a while ago, but not this time.
Yeah, and this is the pick-off advantage that we're going to see from Buriram, just because they have the Quixie in their grasp. And with KSSA's Tachi and also the Fox and Sayate, they can just dive in and obliterate anyone. And even the tower dives are going to be effective, just because we're going to see KSSA actually sporting a Disrupt talent. Although that's going to be 2 seconds to actually delay the turret fire. That's going to be substantial. Mai is going to be in danger. He's not going to be able to teleport, and he uses the flicker to get out. F1 misses out that Venom, but it is okay. Talent is already out on the side of EXO Esports, and more of the advantage is being gained here by Buriram. We're going to see a 2k gold deficit right now, and Nunu is going to try to take that camp, and it's going to be a secure for Buriram United. They're getting a lot more of the resources. River C is going to connect that first skill into KSSA, but doesn't use the drone drop to actually execute and go for a kill.
Yeah, BRU is constantly applying pressure generally on the side of EXO Esports. Relations have been in their favor as they look to group towards top. Possibly another dive onto ASD, but no, they are gonna be stepping back for the meantime as the objectives are gonna spawn in a short while. Let's check out the replay earlier on which we have seen the 2-for-1 trade in favor of BRU. Mahi was really kind of low. He falls down, and even though they got a kill, still turning to heavily favoring BRU. Another one gonna be picking up as they are gonna be staying to get this Abyssal Dragon. Oh! Ochik actually nearly gets that Abyssal Dragon steal, but as we go back, no trades happening. Just a kill here by EXO Esports. A good slapback to kind of bounce back in this game, but it's still a 2k gold lead, a little over even in favor of BRU. So right now the pressure is building towards them. They have to find ways to actually come back in this game if they don't want to give the game number 1 towards BRU.
Yeah, and so far we're still seeing a contest here with Ochik 2 being secured here by Overfly's Agnes Grip. F1 tries to finish him off, but the Lubu is going to be tanky. He's not going to be taken out easily. And yeah, we're seeing here a 2-man confrontation against the 3-man rotation of Buriram United. Nunu is going to be spotted out by Yami. More information is going to be out there. Nunu is going to try to get some damage, and River C is going to be in the area. Will the damage that River C will be able to do be enough? That's going to be the drone drop against KSSA. He's going to be getting out, and that's the Star Sky missing at the spot. Moonfall is going to be there. KSSA with the Moon Piercer. The Kunai Blitz is going to be used. It's not going to be enough to kill Mai with the orb being procced off. That's going to be a knock-up as well. The first skill of Nunu is not going to get a hit on Mai, and that's a win for EXO Esports.
A big win, perhaps. Maybe to up their momentum right now. Getting those kills, plus a tower at top. And finally, we see some action coming in from the red side, as BRU are still having to maintain this gold lead. A little over just 2,000. But EXO Esports showing good signs in this game so far. Fighting back, getting more kills than BRU in one team fight. Can we see them contest objectives now though? As BRU still has been the one getting the priority and even shoving out the members of EXO Esports. As you see, Mahi getting ganked, no orb, so he's gonna fall down. Yami can save his teammate. That's gonna be 1 kill, no trades. Now preparing for the Abyssal Dragon, possibly the Dark Slayer as well. BRU are gonna invade the jungle here of River C, and there's nothing that he can do.
Yes, and more of the engagements is going to happen. The drone drop is going to be used, but the Agnes Grip is going to connect. But with the orb, he's going to be able to dodge the knockup from Nunu. KSSA and the others are actually going in. Nunu is going to be taken out with the canned laughter. The orb of the Joker is also going to be used, but it's not going to be enough with 3 of the members of Buriram actually on top of him. They might go for a push here. Yami doesn't have the basis of submission that the disrupt is going to be used. 2 turret fires are actually going to be there, but with the tankiness of all of the members of Buriram, it's not going to be enough to get a kill here.
Fantastically played here by BRU. They take 2 kills, although they did lose their Hayate, their Foxen. It's still okay. They're gonna be taking this Holy Dragon. they might as well take the Infinite Slayer as well, as EXO Esports can't really fight this, as we see the gold lead rising and rising heavily in their favor. 4,000 gold lead as of 5 minutes and a few seconds after. Things are starting to look dim for EXO Esports because we're reaching mid game. Later on, it's gonna be late game wherein BRU are gonna be just demolishing them, having no protection at all from the back line. At most, it's gonna be, Otchik and Yami as their front lines, but for everyone else, they're gonna be very prone.
Yeah, definitely. And with the Slayer being taken here by Buriram, no contest at all here. That's gonna be the Agnes grip again, gonna be used on the Wonder Woman, who's always gonna be almost falling there. Overfly is going to be the midst of 4 of the members here. That's going to be the Cliff Breaker used by KSSA to get some damage in. River C is dangerously low. 1 hit is going to be enough, but he is going to be able to get out. And that is going to be a win again for EXO Esports. Just very low, but Mai is going to be spotted out here in the bush. He is not going to be able to teleport out of that Dead Brush. Defoxin is in the backside of Yami, and he is falling down again using the Disrupt, but Defoxin is not going to be phased. That's the Moonfall being used. Bruno is going to be bursted down by River C with the drone drop combo. Ochik 2 wants to get the kill. Defoxin was able to dash away, and with the Agnes Grip, that secures a kill for himself. And we're going to see AST also being taken out by the true damage of KSSA.
I thought that was already a good outplay that EXO Esports has gotten, provided that Yami, ASD, and Ochik got to safely with slivers of health. However, it started with a kill onto Mahi, then onto Yami because of the damage of Difox, and now they're stepping it up a notch, killing Ochik in ASD as well. A tower in mid, a tower at top. Might as well get everything from the jungle camps here of EXO Esports. They're stepping onto the gas, and EXO Esports can catch up.
Yes, and more of the advantages is now going to be on the side of Buriram United, who is just barreling down into the top of EXO Esports. They don't have any kind of answer yet, and with their rotation actually being changed to the side of their base, they are now just waiting for the death sentence from Buriram United. And another clash might happen here with Mai using the Star Sky to disengage most of the members. No damage as of yet. That's going to be a lot of damage from Nunu's Woodfall. Barreling down, and with the Agnes Grip, the Lubu was not able to use the Conqueror. No sustainability for you there. And it's a 3 versus 4 here. They got, 3 versus 5. 2 of the members of EXO Esports already down, and we're gonna see the Joker falling down as well. Yami is going to be backing up. With 5 of the members here, the quick knock is just going in for a wave play. They don't care at this point. The damage is just too much, and the Nexus lock is going to be taken by Buriram United Esports.
Strong performance by BRU. Definitely a dominating one perhaps against EXO Esports. We talked about it in the drafting phase. Now we saw it being applied in this game number 1. BRU solidifying more points in their score line in the group stages with their first win in this best of 2 series. And right now we come to think, is EXO Esports kind of messed up mentally right now? Because we saw them hesitating on some of the fights. We saw them even, being tarnished in the last team fights that happened. And maybe it's because they realize it can no longer be turned around. But we need to see that heart from a team if they actually want to gain some points in this group stages, as we're slowly going into the conclusion of it. And as we see more productivity coming from the side of BRU, more struggle has been seen on EXO Esports. So for game number 2, what do you expect, Vittorio, that can happen Will we see still a fight for EXO Esports, or will this actually just be a strong 2-0 for BRU?
Well, so far it has been a dominating game for Buriram United, and that is the more likely outcome just because of the draft that we're seeing. And most of the time, yeah, you can deal a lot of damage with the Cricknack, and you can see it in the highlights as well. But he is always going to be disengaging just because of the damage being dealt here by the members of Buriram. And with all of the combinations that are hitting for them, we already saw how good it was for Buriram. When they got that middle spike, they're just going in hot. They're not gonna give a room for Brett for members of EXO Esports. And yeah, basically it was just a one-sided match all throughout, and we are gonna be able to witness that at the scoreboard later on.
Yeah, and right now, makes me think actually, based on what happened in that number, when we kind of no longer see the fight or the drive coming in from EXO Esports, same creativity that they did show during the first 3 days of the group stages. I hope to see some light of improvement coming in from them as we will head down to the game number 2 against BRU and EXO Esports. Because right now they don't kind of go in on their strengths anymore. The draft has been kind of different in a way from their usual ones that has had a strong performance despite the lose. And right now things are more crucial as we go into the latter stages of this group stage, because teams are looking to solidify their spot. BRU are trying to challenge AG Superplay in terms of the points right now, and they want to catch up. So for if EXO Esports want to get some, at least maybe prevent BRU from securing their very own, they have to give it their all. They have to make the necessary adjustments, and especially it comes from the draft as well. Make sure you have a solid draft, just like how BRU has made theirs for game number 1.
Yeah, and definitely you need to play into your advantages. Yes, you can go in for pocket picks, but you need to think about what this pocket picks can bring. There is a reason why they are going to be used in certain situations, but not all situations it's going to be applicable. There is going to be a lot of factors, and the Cricknack was just ineffective there just because of the damage that he's going to be suffering when he dives. Yes, he's diving with the others, and we already saw how Ochitu was easily bursted down even with the tankiness of the Lubu. And if you're gonna consider that, how can River C actually be able to outlast them when even the Lubu was taken out in a matter of seconds? So definitely that's a big factor, and we're gonna see the scoreboard here with all the kills are actually into the side of Buriram United at 19-7. That's going to be a 12 goal deficit. And look at the scoreboard, it's an 8k goal difference as well. Towers are going to be an advantage for Buriram United, Dragons and Slayers as well. And looking at the graph, look at the gold lead. There's no wide swing from EXO Esports. So most of the time they were the one trailing, trying to get back into the game. And with the lineup that we're going to see from Buriram United, it was just a small chance wherein they can actually get the swing, since they actually started slow for the side of EXO. And looking at the bans, it really affected maybe the picks for EXO Esports, but we will see in game number 2. The MVP of game number 1 is going to be Buriram United's KSSA with a KP of 84.2%. KDA of 4212, damage dealt 48k, roll goal difference. It's a big difference for a support, 1558, MVP points 12.5, and this is his first MVP of the tournament.
We saw a strong performance of KSSA, especially being tandemed with Overfly, going in with the ganks, going in with the kills, entering the front line towards the back line, creating such a big threat, disrupting them, and also getting those kills, allowing BRU to have that numbers advantage. And right now, we're gonna be seeing a stronger performance for sure in game number 2 as it looks to secure more MVP points. Going back into this game, in terms of improvement, let's talk about the possible drafts here of Exto Esports. If they actually want to win against BRU, because they're gonna be the ones on the blue side later on, what do you think are the heroes that should prioritize? At least maybe 2 or 3 heroes can switch their pace up.
Yeah, maybe a Superman, a Richter, those heroes that can actually make an impact in the early game, because that is where they actually lack for Exo Esports. It's just have been a slow start for them. Yeah, maybe they can actually adapt a Quixie strat as well, but they really need a consistent damage dealer as well for themselves. There is a reason that we're seeing 2 damage dealers in teams like Buriram United, Mad Team, and the other teams coming in from the major region, is because they have a lot of trust on their carries who can just, deal a lot of damage and get the positioning they want during those clashes. And that's something that Exo Esports hasn't been able to execute yet, because we're not seeing any kind of consistency yet on the carries of Exo Esports.
Yeah, consistency has been kind of like a problem in a sense as we check the global bans coming in here for both teams. Those are the heroes that they have used during the game number 1. So no longer Exo Esports can opt for this kind of draft that they attempted to do so, to have a good performance in game number 1. Maybe, you talked about the Superman and the Richter. Maybe it can be prioritized here by Exo Esports. Maybe the Elsu as well. It's gonna be hard for them to get all 3, but having a chance on securing just one can be a good factor for them if ever they're not gonna be banning it. Because usually, it is normally banned on the blue side, and they do ban it out. So no Superman. Richter is available. What do they ban from here?
I mean, there's still a lot. They could actually ban out the Lubu as well, and maybe the Lorian. We've seen Lorian actually getting a lot of the advantages here, just because when he hits that Star Sky, it's an AoE crowd control, and it is also, even if you have a Gilded Greaves, you have a high chance of just being bursted out while you are flying in the air, and that says a lot on how big of a control and playmaker a Lorian can be. And Exo Esports actually banned out the Lorian. That's and I already explained. That's gonna be one of the predictions I actually envisioned, just because we already saw Buriram use that Lorian in the other series here in the group stage. Florentino, though, is going to be a banner choice here for Buriram United. They don't want to put that liability into the Dark Slayer lane, wherein the 1v1 potential could actually pivot the potential of Exto Esports. We're going to see Elsu being the first pick here for Exto Esports.
Yeah, naturally, since it is available, but having to see, okay, you get the Elsu, you wanted the Richter, we're just gonna take it here and there, as Vittorio has mentioned earlier. But yeah, they just hovered it, they're gonna switch things up. Will they actually lock this in? I haven't seen that being used just yet. The Ishar in the AIC can be a good debut if they ever gonna up onto it. But yeah, the more stable pick can be the Iggy. I might as well take the Richter, right?
Yeah, and this is gonna make it hard for the Elsu, because one of his weakness is definitely gonna be that he needs to actually have a target wherein he's gonna be charging up his knife just to get a straight line into his snipes. And an Iggy just actually needs to throw his skills up to actually hit the Elsu. So there's gonna be a lot of damage as well for the side of Buriram. And with the entry of the Richter, he can definitely reach Elsu at the backlines, forcing out those free position takes to be nulled.
Here is where trust comes. Having the Tulen, having the Tachi, focusing more onto these damage department. Maybe they're gonna pick up something that can provide a little bit of peel towards these members. Particularly, we saw a strong performance by DTAC Talon against Team Olympus with actually an Arthur, so that can be a safer, kind of like a safe option for them to choose, having in a strong and decent high survivability front line. But having the Omen being locked in here for BRU provides that split push capability, and we saw it multiple times already in the group stages happening. Even if a team loses, the Omen, or like even if a team is behind, the Omen can actually have that kind of split pushing capability, allowing the team to kind of bounce back even a short amount of gold. As the second batting phase comes through, I think the Mina ban is wonderful.
Yeah, and that's gonna put out a lot of the crowd controls that's gonna be possible here. One of the weaknesses of a Omen is actually Omina, who can soak up some of the damage and provide true damage as well. The more you hit Amina, the more painful she will be. And maybe that was one of the biggest considerations why it was banned out. And the Irie as well, scaling very, very hard in the late game, who can just burst down the Iggy at some focal points whenever he gets a jump on that hero. And looking at the first three picks, we're going to see a lot of damage for Exto Esports. They have sustainability on the Tachi. I'm just curious to see what they are going to finish it with. Because although I do like the first three picks, they always try to make a way to make me cringe on one of their picks, wherein they don't actually understand what's going to happen.
I like that term, the cringe. But yeah, what are your thoughts on this Violet pick by BRU? Because I think we have seen it being picked already by some of the teams, particularly all gamers, but it didn't turn out to be a win. I think there's a little to no win rate just yet on the Violet pick all throughout the group stages, so this can be risky. You talked about the Crixie pick as well, and having it being locked in along with the Roxy can be a good factor here in team fighting for EXO Esports.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a Buriram United going in for a hover on Zeal. Exto Esports is definitely taking in some punches for themselves. They went in for a high damage comp with the Tulin being in the jungle, and of course, I think they're gonna be fielding that Crixie in the mid lane, and the Abyssal Dragon on the Elsu. It's going to be a lot of damage here in Exo Esports, and Buriram United actually needs to be careful, but they opted for a very high risk and high reward hero on the Nakrot. One of the caveats of having a Nakrot is even in the start of the game, he's going to be very, very squishy, and even in the later parts of the game, especially if he's going to be falling off. Nakrot is definitely a hero that's gonna struggle on the burst damage of Exo Esports, but if he is gonna be able to get the early kills, early rotates, and the early gold that he needs to scale, definitely Buriram United is gonna have a fast-paced rotation.
BRU likes to have these kinds of high risk, high reward scenarios because they like the rewards when they do take those risks. And right now, they're sitting comfortably in a nice spot in the group stage, so why not go with this? Having to flex their capabilities as a team, as their players get these cheesy compositions. And it's kind of stable as of the moment, since EXO Esports can get punished for their miss as well. Especially with the Ige pick being made here by BRU and the split push capability later on of Overfly. EXO Esports though having a much more stable composition. I kind of liking this. Although they are gonna be having a little bit of a problem, I think, in comparing it to a triple frontline draft, wherein there are 3 fighters, possibly 1 tank as well, and having that Tulen Elsu combination. As we check into the final looks of these heroes that they have gotten, and a closer look as on the players as well, we dive in to game number 2 of this best of 2 series. The final match point for BRU.
Yeah, and the game is going to be started. We can see Mai and Yami in the middle lane while Nunu gets some damage in as the opening seconds are already there. A poke is going to get a hit on Nunu though. KSSA is actually delaying the start here with River C using the Thunderclap. The Foxen and KSSA is going to be in danger. Are they going to be able to get out? Or is it going to be a secure here with Yami in the back? And I think it would be a no with Yami playing as safe as it gets. We're going to see KSSA going in for the advantage, getting some knockups on Achitu. Mahi is going to be joining the frame, maybe trying to go for a damage while Buriram went in for an invade. ASD is doing his best. That is a snipe connecting to F1. And we're going to see the other members of XC just forcing out F1 for a disengage.
Awesome start here by both teams, but BRU kind of having a little bit of a bonus in the gold department after those team fights happening. Early start, I liking this aggression coming in. Mahi, look at that aggression going in. However, them going in the jungle here of BRU can get punished. They're trying to flee as of the moment. Not much damage coming in here from Nunu just yet, since it is just the early game, so no punish being made here towards EXO Esports. Just short banters here and there, throwing in some jabs onto each other. The objectives are gonna spawn up, and look like BRU, they might actually just opt for these Dark Slayer.
Yeah, and there's going to be another engagement here with KSSA delaying the start here from the Abyssal Dragon, hitting the Jungle Strike and damaging Wilbur C at the start. But with the information here, Buriram United actually staves off the objective take coming in from EXO Esports, and they still know they are going out strong with the Foxen here on the Violet, who's having a lot of damage to the objective right now. We're actually looking to see that Buriram United is going to have a very strong early game, and KSSA goes in with the Jungle Strike. The snipe is going to connect on themselves, and the Foxen as well is going to suffer from the snipe. They are going to regenerate on their base while there's a 3-man rotation on the top side here for Buriram.
And a gank comes through here at mid. Mahi gets blown upon by Nunu. Big punish on that commit that he has made. Definitely is going to be a little bit regretting that as the game progresses. Maybe now having to be a little bit safe in terms of trying to get kills, as we do see Yami now engaging onto KSSA, but KSSA is kind of playing this out safe. They already learned here from their match against V Gaming, but right now they might get punished because of the snipes here by ASD, which has been stopped by Foxen though. Going in with the damage, KSSA is so low. Recalling onto the bush can be a little bit scary if you ask me, but will he actually survive in the process? Yes, he will go back to the base alive and well. Right now, things are looking good for both teams. A little bit of a goal lead towards BRU. But as the dive comes through by Foxen, actually has to back away. No casualties on the side of BRU, but a snipe will not hit anybody. And as we check out the replay a while ago, we kind of see BRU being under classic punish that mistake strategy.
Yes, and definitely with Buriram right now going in for a 1k gold lead, it is going to be felt by EXO Esports that there might be a lot of invades where they are not going to have the greatest of times. That's going to be the Cliff Breaker being initiated here. Overfly uses the Death Embrace. Rilversea is being damaged with the Bomb. Ember's Gaze is not going to connect. The Thunderclap is also going to be procced out here.
Ooh.
F1 goes in. Archik 2 is just too tanky. He's going to be taken out as well. Mai goes in with a Moonfall to get that supplementary damage in. Nunu is going to be hit with that snipe, but he's not still going to stop with KSSA going in for 2 knockups with the Mark of the Hunter. He is going to force the members of EXO Esports to disengage.
A nice punish actually a while ago, especially that, yeah, you have a Roxy. You have to be wary of that pull on the ultimate that can actually stop you from going anywhere, literally. So BRU, if they want to get those kills, they have to make sure they are grouped up together, especially in terms of preventing that pokes coming in from ASD. They are continuously looking to scale. We see a die by KSSA once again, Difoxen 2 along with Nunu, so loads of damage coming in here, but they're still not getting that much pressure on. At most, they're just gonna transition towards this Abyssal Dragon, possibly a pressure onto that Dark Slayer as well, since we are seeing Overfly hovering there as well, preventing Ochik from, you know, securing that vision over that objective. So the group up, Mahi, 4 versus 1. Can he actually stay alive? The answer is yes. And ASD looking to punish that overextension. Fails to hit that snipe that would have killed KSSA. And right now, F1 is looking to back away. Very good disengage coming in from BRU. But ASD has been dealing a lot of damage lately. Right now, the snipe will actually connect it. The answer is yes, but still alive with a flicker in! Helps him get that kill.
Yeah, so Esports is now being aggressive on the lineup. The damage is going to be online for some of their carries like Mai, and that's going to be the Desert Base getting a hit on Mai. He's not going to be able to get away from the chains. Overfly with that flicker that Embrace secures some advantage for themselves. Even if the Foxen is traded out, we're going to trade out a carry as well. That is a place coming in from Buriram United. They're not letting those trades go unanswered. With F1 and Overfly going in and taking that Spirit Sentinel, more of the advantage is spiraling into their control. Almost a 2k gold lead at this point. KSSA still is going to be there with ASD missing out that snipe. Without the Sentinel ward, he doesn't have any information. The Foxen is going to suffer from the damage of that snipe, and a miss from ASD is going to be detrimental with 2 knockouts coming in from KSSA. That's a disengage for Yami using the Cliff Breaker, and more are happening here onto the red jungle camp with the Moonfall being used by Mahi as well. F1 is not going to be able to steal, and ASD is going to be readying up the snipe.
Look at how EXO Esports have been playing this defensively as well. However, you know, Ochik having to overextend that much, maybe trying to look at the Infinite Slayer for too long. He's gonna get killed in the process of ASD and Yami are battling against Difoxen. 2v1, but Difoxen is taking lead. Right now, Mahi gets assassinated in an instant because of F1, as we see, we talked about earlier. The aggressive playstyle that can be made here. They are going in so aggressively as they do lose Rilversea. That's 2 kills taken. Make it 3 actually by BRU. As the split push comes through as well with the Omen. Overfly, that is his primary job. And the job right now is being done. 5,000 gold lead at almost 7. At this state of the game, might even be 7k after a short while.
Yeah, it has been a very, very dominating matchup here. Buriram United is just choking out life from EXO Esports. They're not giving room to breathe. And at this point, with this kind of aggressive plays, EXO Esports is going to have a lot of pressure onto their top side just because of how hard it is going to get back the resources that they lost And even the jungle resources are now being secured here by Buriram United. Mahi is going to miss that poke. River C, even with the damage that he can deal at close range, it's not
Oh,
going to be mattering. With Ochik too, missing the Foxen with the Agnes grip. He is definitely wasting out that talent.
yeah, that's true. But BRU upping this game, upping their momentum, taking the Infinite Slayer uncontested. They're gonna be happily pushing the side lanes, might even be at mid. Since most of the towers are remaining in there, the outer turret, I mean. And right now, as we see Overfly getting ganked upon, he is kind of tanky, you know? He's gonna be able to withstand some of the damage being thrown upon here by EXO Esports. And right now, since they're gonna be sandwiched, overextension is gonna be punished. Overfly still remains alive. Mahi, though, is kind of low, being chased here by Nunu, and gets blown up upon. Ochik is gonna be the next target. Can he actually survive? Goes in for the orb, but is not gonna survive for so long. Look at that Foxen with that burst. You want to help out your teammate? I'll help you go back into your instead. And as the Infinite Slayer is starting to push here in the mid lane, BRU are looking so strong right now. With only ASD and Yami remaining alive. 8 seconds before Mahi actually respawns up. But BRU not wanting to wait for long. They get the kill onto Yami, and they're looking to end this game, securing a 2-0 win against EXO Esports.
Buriram United Esports getting the sweep here in this best of 2 series, showing us a dominating game for Buriram United, and this has been the story of this series as well. It's just that EXO Esports isn't just ready to play with the big boys here in the AIC 2021, and it has been a matter of fact that EXO Esports is still lacking a win here in the group stages. And here in game number 2, we're gonna see the highlights of the game, where we see Buriram United actually taking advantage of their composition, wherein they actually scale well. And in most of the fights, we're actually seeing a lot of aggressive plays. Yes, there were some kills from EXO Esports, but it doesn't matter much because there is always going to be a trade played out by Buriram United. They are always looking out for more objectives of their own, and it has been a fact that the ones trailing here was EXO Esports most of the time. We can see the Richter going in. We can see Overfly chaining up some of those priority picks for EXO, like the Crixie. And it has been the story of the game that the damage of Nunu and the Foxen was too considerable as well.
And also the consistency of BRU in general. That's one of the things that I like about them, and they have shown it again in this game. Definitely resulting to a struggle of EXO Esports in regards to securing at least their first point here in the group stages. Now, BRU are going to be solidifying their spot more in the group stages in terms of the points, having a total of 8 points if I'm not mistaken. Such a good performance by them. Third spot actually in the group A.
Yes, and so far here in the group stages, Buriram United is looking to secure their spot in the playoffs. Well, EXO Esports, I don't know, maybe a miracle is going to be needed for their side to actually get back into the playoff talks, just because the losses that they have suffered are numerous. And even with all of the matchups that they've done, it's just them falling short of of winning. And even in the drafts that they are making, it's just sometimes it just boggles my mind on what are going to be the logic of the picks that they did. And so far, even if they are losing, they are fighting it out against the top teams here in the arena of Valor Pro scene. So this could also be a learning experience for them as well. Like what we said, they were a different team at AWC, which I couldn't actually think of what their team name was. But if we're gonna compare their playoff runs, I mean their group stage run from the AWC to AIC, then definitely there is some kind of improvement, but not
Mhm.
considerable enough to actually consider them in the playoff talks.
Yeah. So far, right now only the top teams can be, facing off in the playoffs. Of course, if they want to show a little bit of heart, maybe soon we can see them even more. But things are looking dim for them, as especially for EXO Esports and Team Olympus, as they have been struggling securing their points. And naturally, if we look at the gap that is made onto like the other teams, to get a spot in the Group A, you have to secure at least 6 points, which kind of is quite impossible right now based on the pace of this group stage, in the especially in the last day that they are going to be getting their chance. Maybe not so, at least try to maybe get a good performance on some of the games, get some points, and learn as much as you can in the meta. I hope that's the goal here of EXO Esports and Team Olympus. As we do wait for the stats to come out, what are your thoughts though on BRU, especially on their performance? It's like the Violet.
Yeah, I mean, it has been breaking out for them, and they were fielding a very, very aggressive lineup. And it goes to show here in the scoreboard that they are definitely going to be taking the bulks of the kills as well here in game number 11-2 to the advantage of Buriram United. That's a 9-kill deficit in terms of comparing them. And also in the gold, it is an 10k gold lead for the side of Buriram. So most of the time, we're actually seeing a plateau wherein we're not seeing the gold lead of Buriram going for a dip. And here on the Towers, Dragons, and Slayers, they actually lose out everything to Buriram United, who was just farming up all the objectives for themselves. They are not going to share it with EXO Esports in game number 2. And we're seeing the damage being dealt here by Nuno at 80k and the Foxin at 74k. Even with the negligible damage coming in from the other members of Buriram United, it doesn't matter much, just because of the bulk of the damage that they can bring into the table. And the MVP of game number 2 is going to be Buriram United, the Foxins Violet, and 54.5% kill participation with a KDA of 511. Damage to 74k at this game. Very big and very sizable for the time that the game has finished. And a whopping 4k gold difference in terms of the marksman matchup against the Elsu. He is going to receive MVP points of 10.7. This is his first MVP of the tournament. This is definitely a dominating game for the Foxin. And going forward into the third series of the day, Giang, what is going to be the next series after this?
Woo! One of the best. I mean, I'm gonna definitely love this series primarily because of V Gaming's strong performance so far, but also for Mad Team, and they're gonna be the ones battling out in the last series for today. Mad Team versus V Gaming in a best-of-2 series.
And definitely you guys are going to be able to watch that. This is the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. With me is Kiyang. We'll be right back after this short break.
We were born at the beginning of time. We are intertwined, inseparable. We are bound to protect the world. I live to protect. I'm in a bit of a mess, but I have your back. This time, let us stand our ground.
An enemy has been defeated. Legendary. Legendary. Your team has destroyed a tower. Onslaught.
Saigon Phantom still continues to track them down. Actually, they will get a priority on this objective. Alvine, actually survives with a sliver of health, but a flicker in by breaking out once again. Yue is trying to get stopped here by Muffers, but he still managed to reach the back line as Weirao immediately gets blown up as the backside has been, exposed onto that Aoi, and right now that's going to be the complete this pick. And as we see the fight break out at top, 0-0 is kind of low, goes back in, taking out Red, and because of that, Archangel might actually secure 2 kills without any trade as Yue tries to go in by a flank, takes out a 1. But right now, because of the crowd control of the Superman,
in store for VF. They know how to play the advantages that they have. They know when to actually commit, and that's a zip roll going to be in. This is going to get a shot on the Shaolin. With Cafetti being out, the damage is not going to be enough. Easy is going to be the next one, and look at the damage coming in for Pichu. It's just too much with the crit.
objective that they have taken already, compared it with just one on the rank so far. They got the first Abyssal Dragon early as Wawa engages! The burst comes through onto last, but right now with the suppression, Z might fall down. He actually lives and Bobak falls down. That's two. Yes, let's go.
Welcome back to the Arena of Valor International Championships 2021. And my name is Vittorio, and with me is Gion Gaming. We're down to the last series of the day. It's going to be Mad Team facing off against V Gaming. And so far, we saw Mad Team fall down to the two RPL teams in Group A. And this is still going to be a regional battle wherein we're going to see GCS, the representative of one of the representatives of GCS, Mad Team, facing it off against AOG's V Gaming. And maybe we're going to see an upset here wherein Mad Team is going to be taking in the advantage here on this series. That's going to be a sight to be seen, Giang.
Yeah, I mean, V Gaming is in the top spot right now in Group A for a reason. Consistently, the very definition of consistency is in them. No defeat whatsoever, even in a single game. They have a perfect record so far, so they are like a strong team, a really strong team to go against. And they're down to their last two games. One in tonight against Mad Team, and the other one is going to be on day number 7 against DTAC Talon, possibly to go up against them and maybe try to know who is deserving on sitting on the top spot. So maybe if Mad Team can go with this surprise, this upset onto them, day number 7 is going to be really interesting. As Mad Team is kind of sitting on 4th spot as of the meantime, 5th spot rather, in which they're still trying to get onto that top 4 spot, but it's gonna take them a little more than just their usual play style. They have to step it up a notch if they want to get closer to beating AG Super Play's scoreline.
Yes, and so far V Gaming is one of the top in the group stages, and it has been a very wonderful series and a series of dominating wins for them as well. It's I think V Gaming already has a win streak currently here in the AIC 2021, and the key player is going to be Maris, 5.1 KDA, 60.2 KP damage that he deals. It's 23.2%, and that's an average, wherein he is going in hot game after game. While on the side of Mad Team, we're gonna see Kuku piling up as the key player for Mad Team as the support. 3.2 KDA, KP 61.3%. Damage taken is considerable, 32.4%, and that's a lot for a player for in a series of matches, you're gonna see that he is gonna be an effective tank. And so in V Gaming versus Mad Team, the key players are very two distinct players wherein their game styles are going to be opposing each other. Kuku is defensive player, and the key player for the side of V Gaming, which is Maris, is going to be a very high offensive player.
Looking forward to whatever they are going to be bringing into the table for this game. Can we see that the Grak once again, although it was a loss during their match against BRU? But looking at the bans right now, we can see the draft going for V Gaming towards that Elsu pick for sure, denying that split push potential of the Omen. Can maybe they want to take out the Superman as well, or have it as an option later on if they have something to actually pair it up against. But right now, things are looking pretty standard for both teams. Aya being banned away. Again, we have that 99% of ban rate. Only one game in which it kinda was allowed for some reason. Earlier in the first group stages. But right now, as we see the ban coming in, I'm kind of surprised with the Varus pick. What do you think is the reason behind this?
Yeah, well, Varus is one of those heroes that gets a lot of its potential in terms of the diving that he can do. If you actually get all of your skills right, if you hit it at the right target, you can get a lot of stuns. You can put out some of the heroes, and even if in the clashes where people are going to be clustered together, Varus thrives in those kinds of scenarios. But the first pick for V Gaming is going to be Alubu, who is going to be flexed into the Dark Slayer lane or in the jungle lane, while Mad Team is actually hovering on a Richter for an answer. And at this point, V Gaming getting that Lubu is definitely going to be big for them. It could also be switched to a Superman as well to bring out the fullest potential in their lineup.
Yeah, but they're hovering the Crixie as of the moment. So if they lock this in, they're gonna be kind of giving the Superman up towards V Gaming. And if ever they are opting to do so, maybe they have a little bit of a plan on how to actually counter the Superman pick coming in from the side of V Gaming. But having this available to take provides an option for V Gaming to actually go in on an engaged composition. And with this Lorian, I think it's going to be solidified as well. If they do pick it up along with a Superman later on, they can even go in with more front lines to secure that triple frontline composition that can actually allow a high scaling, high damage dealing marksman just like a Kafeni to actually strive and have a big impact.
Yeah, and we're gonna see a Lorian and a Kafeni pick for V Gaming. Maybe they want to scale that Kafeni as early as they could, and also with a lot of engagements and the long crowd controls coming in from Maris's Lorian, it could be a key for them to go for a set with the Lorian in the center of their place. While Mad Team, you're gonna get supplemental damage with the Crixie, and of course that mid-game spike with the Joker. And you know what? One of the funny things here is that one of the 5 main players for Mad Team, Kawhi, is gonna be absent in game number 1. Yuzon is gonna be subbed in, and Kawhi is gonna be out. And we were discussing earlier when we saw Mad Team actually pivoting to a gameplay wherein they still don't have their identity. Maybe with Yuzon in place, they're gonna be a more methodical kind of Mad Team, because Zen is gonna be the only one who's gonna be very, very aggressive in terms of the playstyle.
Looking at this right now, you know, Hayate being picked up. Mad Team looking to go aggressive against V Gaming. Timing is gonna be crucial with this Hayate pick, of course. And And as they do ban out these assassins, just like the AOE, being taken out of the options here for V Gaming, although they do still have some options if they want to up the damage department, but I think that's not going to be the case anymore, as they do have the Kafeni and the Lorion as well. Superman being available still for V Gaming and Mad Team. No one is prioritizing this as of the moment, but maybe if Mad Team doesn't ban this out, if V Gaming doesn't ban this as well, we can see that Mad Team can have this priority pick in terms of after the second banning phase. Right now, they have still yet to decide on which hero they want to remove from the choices of both teams. Having Kira being taken out so far, the Zip can be an option for them actually to take away. I mean, it has been quite of a nuisance for some, having to face off someone that is really good in utilizing that hero. It's a very good ban nonetheless. I mean, we saw Valencia CF surprising Hong Kong attitude with this Zip pick, especially in amount of protection that he has made. This can be a good ban for them. Krizix also taken away.
Yeah, they actually brought out and banned out an assassin for each side and a support. Krizix brings a lot of utility just because he can use his camouflage and actually can speed up the rotations that can happen for for Mad Team. And Zip is actually a very, very good ban as well, just because you don't want that unpredictability of the Devar, the Zip roll, to ruin the timing of the clashes for yourself. And Mad Team is now hovering on a Superman pick. Maybe they're going to be pairing it up with the tower dive capability of the Richter.
Yeah, and this would be really nice if Mad Team does lock it in. And I think V Gaming were kind of opting to take it as well. So really nice decision making coming in from the side of Mad Team. So right now, will we see a Gurak? It has been hovered for a short while, but it's not going to be locked in just yet. They do hover the Ryoma, which has been a significant hero to be used, especially with the amount of aggression that he does have in his kit, plus the diving capability of this. But as their support, as Pura is being hovered as well. This is going to be a debut, perhaps, of this particular hero in the group stages of the AIC 2021.
Yeah, and looking at here, they're actually hovering on a Pina pick for V Gaming with 6 seconds left. That is going to be the first here in the AIC 2021, and it is going to be in game number 1 of this series.
Yep. V Gaming never fails to surprise us sometimes, especially with their cheesy composition. I mean, we also saw them, being the ones to have the Aya for some reason when they did battle against all gamers during the day number 3. So right now they have something else to surprise us. Pura, the debut of this hero in the AIC 2021, looking to actually get this continuous win against Mad Team in this particular draft right now. But as the Kriknak gets hovered, I want to hear your thoughts about this. Can this allow Mad Team to have that significant of a lead, or will this be a problem for them?
Well, at this point, we're actually going to see with Kriknak being able to burst 4 heroes on the side of V Gaming. Pina, Fanny, Lorian, and Ryoma is a viable target. And this is wherein the Kriknak could shine. Just because whenever these guys are going to be grouping up, it is definitely going to be a damage fest for the side of Mad Team, who has a lot of AoE capabilities, especially on their pickup capabilities as well. They have a lot of dives on the Richter, the Superman, and you can expect the Kunai Blitz to go after those dives.
Very fantastic drafting here by both teams. To be honest, pros and cons already established, especially for the side of Mad Team right now, are looking to have more options in the way they're gonna be approaching V Gaming in this game number 1. I think scaling is gonna be a big factor though for V Gaming as they look to actually enable Huang TD later on and the later stages of the game, especially with Birdleby, having to have a a beautiful performance with the Ryoma already, even with their game against BRU last time during day number 1, never fails to amuse the people, the fans, everyone that are continuously supporting them, constantly getting this hero down. So right now, against Mad Team, they're looking to actually have this awesome performance. Maybe, just maybe, prevent that upset from Mad Team.
And going into the game, we're gonna see something that's gonna be different with the Pina actually being picked out here. Maybe this is a strategy wherein they are gonna be using the Pina's ultimate as a slowing mechanism. Plus, if they are gonna be grouping up for that, they are also gonna have a harder time to go for a kill. And we're gonna see, even with the damage of Borbor there, Baris is gonna outtrade him just because of the heal coming in from Hans Pina. And we're gonna see a 3-man invade here on the small camps. They're not going in for the Might Golem, but they may go for those small camps. Cuckoo is going to be spotting out Wong TD there. They're just going to lure the small camp away, and Zen is going to be spotted here. There is going to be information that the end of the rotation is going to be ending into the top lane.
Well, kind of the best strategy here for V Gaming to kind of deny the snowballing of a Cricknack is try to get his camps most of the time or as much as possible to, you know, disable him for a meantime, delay his early game power spikes. But as they try to do that, the rotations also come from the likes of Mad Team trying to look for picks, especially towards the top side of the river. If ever Maris is going to be overstepping his boundaries. So far, he has not, but Zen is a few inches away from him, looking to actually get that damage done. No, they remain patient, and right now, they're going to be trading up objectives for the meantime. Abyssal Dragon is going to be for V Gaming. Mad Team already has taken that Dark Slayer.
Yes, and we're seeing V Gaming going in for the start. That's going to be a lot of damage on Mars with the drone drop. They're not going to be able to finish him off, but Han is going to be in the midst of Mad Team, and that's a pickoff for them. That's going to be the support being taken out here by Mad Team in exchange for that Abyssal Dragon, and the blue buff is still not going to be stolen here by V Gaming as well. Yuzon pushes Bird LB into the tight position. He is going to be targeted here by Zen. Hovering here with Bird LB, not going to be able to just TP away because the wave is going to be needed to be cleared by that Ryoma. Wong TD goes in for the Fusillade to get some damage on 0322. Han right now is having a hard time with Cuckoo just securing all of those pathways to the mid lane.
So far, it has been a strong start for Mad Team, although it didn't turn out to be that much reflected on the gold department. The V Gaming still tries to be a little bit stable in terms of farming, despite the pressure being made here by Mad Team. But I like the rotations being made here by Mad Team, constantly looking for picks, especially that they do want to enable this Cricknack later on. After he clears his camps, they always go in for those picks. But right now, Maris is gonna be the one aggressive, going in, especially with the amount of respawn that he has, amount of reinforcements along with his teammates. And as they do path topside, Mad Team is gonna sniff it out, backing away towards their tower for the meantime. And right now, it's gonna be a safe start, but maybe not that safe again here for Maris. This time, you're not gonna be able to back away, as you don't have your support to actually save you or trade it out for you.
Yes, at this point, we're going to see Bert LB being pushed back here, and that's going to be Huang Hai going in hot, using the Conquer to get some damage in. The cavalry from my team is entering the fray, and the rotations coming in from B Gaming. It's not going to be enough. It's a 2 versus 3, and they're going to be stealing that red buff away from B Gaming.
Beautifully executed invade coming in from Mad Team, and a beautiful punish by Zen to try and steal that objective away from him. And now, as a delay of the Lubu starts, here comes the aggression coming in from Mad Team. Look at Zen going in hot towards the members of V Game and trying to pressure them a little more than usual. And as they do pass topside, 0322 is going to be able to play it out safe, just clearing out the waves, clearing out these minions, while V Gaming are looking to take this Dark Slayer away. But as they do, Burlby is going to get caught out, forced to flicker away. They do get the objective, but at what cost? As Mad Team are looking to get those picks. Marius is going to spot out Zen as they do try to reach mid and just continue to scale up.
Yeah, that's going to be the Moonfall being used to clear the wave. That knock-up is not going to get a hit. Borbor uses that to stave off that push, and Han is using his heal to get the attack speed up for Wang TD with a Fusillade not being able to cancel the recall. He is going to be able to regenerate, so 0322 can still go in for an engagement with the Sentinel spawning at 4 seconds. We're seeing a 3 versus 3 here on the top lane, but because of the sustain of Han, they're not just going to be able to push out Maris and Wang TD to a bad position.
No bad. Actually, it's not really that much of a lead that Mad Team has been making, but I like how efficient they are in terms of rotating. This time, they're going to take out this mid-tier 1, and they're not gonna get punished at all. No trades happening here on the side of V Gaming. At most, they are trying to get this invade done onto the Might Golem of Zen, but no, nothing's happening as of the meantime. They do take that tier 1 in the top. No ganks whatsoever, just early farming and trying to get these small leads upon each other, as the Abyssal Dragon is still up for the taking. No team is trying to prioritize it just yet, as this might be difficult for Borbor, but actually it's turning out well this time for the likes of V Game, as they do spot out one. They're looking for more. They're not gonna be able to, you know, get some of those pressure being done, but at least they do manage to play it out a little bit safer than usual, looking to take this mid-tier 1, as Mad Team are looking to defend this. They are going to be able to do so, as they do have excellent wave clear to stop the push. But as V Gaming continues to pummel upon these rotations, taking out the jungle camps of Mad Team and transitioning to Abyssal Dragon, I don't think there's any response from Mad Team that can be done, since the waves are kind of even.
Yes, as of now, we're seeing better rotate here coming in from Mad Team, being able to clinch a tier 1 tower here in the middle lane, but it's a 3-man convergence in the ball lane as well. When Han pops out the healing light, we're gonna see a lot of the attack speed from Wang TD being up. And as we all know, as the attack speed of a Kafeni actually increases, the more damage she can deal at that moment. And Yuzon is going to be in the area, and the Forest Sentry stops him on these tracks with that mini-stun. Zen is going to actually try to maybe take someone from B Gaming, but with the careful rotation coming in from the 3-man rotate of V Gaming, it's not going to be easy and possible as well.
Yeah, V-Game has been playing this out as safe as they can since they know the pressure coming in from the members of that team. But Bertleby, though, is gonna get caught. 0-3-22 engages, especially with that ulti, but it's not gonna be enough to actually take him down. Just a little zone as they are gonna be transitioning towards this Infinite Slayer, which can be uncontested as we do see them pathing towards there. A little bit too late, but can they actually start team fight? No is the answer. And Mad Team are going to be able to sneak out an objective, but they might actually lose this tier 1 tower at mid, given the fact that Han is starting to, you know, help out in terms of these split pushes that they have been doing. And Wang TD is starting to hurt so much.
Yeah, and we're gonna see here Borbor trying to go for some downline damage into the brush. It's not gonna get a hit on any of the members of V Gaming. At this point, we're actually seeing V Gaming trying to control all of the visions here. Cuckoo is gonna enter, Han is gonna be able to spot him out, but without any kind of information yet for Cuckoo, who is gonna be standing there, they're not gonna go for a commit. Use on Sayers, the members of V Gaming, and they were actually running for the high hills.
Yep. Cuckoo 1v1ing against Bertleby. He is kind of tanky, being able to actually initiate onto them. Kwang Hai, though, is getting caught up. That Lube has to back away for now. Pops out the ulti. However, doesn't much allow him to sustain that well. He is kind of low in terms of HP, and right now 0-3-22 is just continuing to poke out with the shurikens, of course, as Mad Team looking to up their pressure, continuously pushing the members of V Gaming, but with the Infinite Slayer helping out a little bit in terms of these lanes. They're gonna look to actually secure this tier 2. They're grouping up, even though the Infinite Slayer has been slain. They're continuing to actually engage upon them. Yuzon in mid, but unable to initiate quite effectively for the members of Mad Team. They are going to be still sticking onto this top side jungle, waiting for someone to overstep their boundaries. As Mara is going to be one. He's going to stay alive still, but that was kind of crucial if you ask me. If he dies, that would have transitioned into an objective take, possibly two, actually.
And so far, that was, you know, a good attempt for Yuzon to try to make the play for themselves, but missing out the flicker and the speeding bullet, he's going to be deprived of his flicker in the next splash that's going to happen with the Holy Dragon up. It might be a commit waiting to happen here. The Healing Light and the Nature's Rally being used by the Pineapple for the stunt. The Moonfall from Borbor is not going to burst anyone because of the Healing Light of Han. And Wang TD goes in hot with a Fusillade. Not getting a kill on Cuckoo. That is going to be an objective take for V Gaming.
Yeah, a small win turned out to be better than expected as they do take this Holy Dragon, possibly an attempt to actually engaging onto Mad Team in this Infinite Slayer take as they are starting it right now. Yuzon is trying to zone out everybody, but we can actually see an attempt in the steal, which is not gonna be possible. Mad Team still taking the Infinite Slayer at most. V Gamer just gonna try and clear out top and bot. For the meantime, wait for that Infinite Slayer to be spawned wherever Mad Team wants it to be. Right now, gold is still in favor of V Gaming. They're still standing strong. Mad Team constantly looking for holes, looking for that weakness, that spot against V Game wherein they can find an opportunity to finally get a vital strike onto their weakness. And right now, teamfight might be starting as Bertleby gets bursted out. They finally find that weakness and they get that kill onto Bertleby. Here comes the retaliation, then a big disengage by Mad Team. Looking at the patience of this team, slowly but surely, they're taking down V Gaming one at a time.
Yeah, I mean that was a clash that they were not ready to capitalize on just because the Lubu was stuck into the bottom lane and with the information that they actually showed themselves here in the middle lane. My team had the situational advantage. Most of their members were ready, and definitely in terms of number advantage, we're in the clashes is gonna happen in the advantage of team in terms of equilibrium. It's just going to be going into the numbers battle, and seeing that it was a positional mistake for the side of V Gaming, they were punished for it, and Yuzon is again gonna miss that speeding bullet. But Bird LB is now gonna be not too tanky at this point.
Not too tanky, and at most he is gonna be trying to initiate for the team, but the follow up has to be on point from the side of V Game if ever they want Bertleby to actually survive or make a follow through from his engage. Guang Hai is gonna be the one to be in the front line. Goes for the orb. Maris going to go with that first damage. Tries to go in once again. Knock off is beautiful. And he takes the kill onto 0-3-22. He's going to get punished under the tower. Tries to get one more, but it fails to do so. That 1-for-1 trade turned out to be a 2-for-1 in favor of Mad Team. So this time, again, they make most out of this situation and they win in that small fight.
Nature's grace.
Yeah, at this point, we're actually seeing a goal deficit on the side of V Gaming, and even with the deaths that they are suffering from, they're actually holding on to dear life, while Mad Team is actually trying to choke out them, the life out of them, just because of the wave clear that we're seeing, where all of the minions are actually crashing in to the advantage of Mad Team, and Yuzon is going to be spotting out Han. Han is not going to be able to synergize well. He's not going to be able to stop anyone from entering the death rushes just because he doesn't have the damage available to him. And yeah, we're going to see the replay wherein we saw Bird LB falling off, tier 322 almost taken out. Very, very unfortunate for V Gaming since the crits are not showing for Wang TD. At this point, they need to make a play for themselves if they don't want to be confined to their side of the map.
Because the problem here for V Gaming is that, yeah, Mad Team engages, but after they get what they need, at least getting one, they quickly disengage, and when V Gaming wants to engage, they get kited out. Wang TD kind of can't reach with her damage, especially with the ultimate, to try and go with that AoE damage. However, for Mad Team, they have been consistently finding these weak spots onto V Gaming, especially with the amount of timing that is essential, just like what's happening right now. Bertleby might actually get a dive upon once again. Nice push coming from Superman, and they get Bertleby. Team fight continues as Guang Hai looks to actually survive. He does, though, but not his teammate. Bertleby dead. Mad Team are looking to secure another Infinite Slayer, which can be uncontested given the fact that they are having this number advantage.
Yes, at this point, we're actually going to see the effectivity of Kriknak just because he can burst down a lot of the heroes from V Gaming except for the Lubu. And this has been the story of the game, even with the heals from Han, the stuns happening with the Nature's Rally. That's just going to be enough, and another drone drop is going to happen. The Starry Sky is going to be used by Mars to disengage the members of Mad Team. And it has been a brilliant gameplay coming in from Mad as well, who's just pulling the trigger time and time again and not letting V Gaming breathe easy at this point, when Guang Hai is just waiting here in the brush, maybe wanting to ambush anyone that goes near and tries to push the tower. But with Mars showing himself there, and there is no commit coming in from Mad Team, while Yuzon is just in the bot lane, crashing the waves again and forcing a rotate from one of the members of V Gaming and luring some of the champions away from the Dark Lord Slayer.
Yeah, Look at how patient and methodical Mad Team is doing right now in this game, pushing the limits of V Gaming up to its fullest. And if they can't respond to these rotations that well, Mad Team are going to be constantly looking for these picks, gaining as much a small advantages as they can, even if they are small. When actually combined and added upon each other, it turns out to be big. And as they take more towers, more kills, more objectives, they continue to scale up even more. They continue to find more weaknesses onto V Gaming, which has been going on this endurance run for quite a long while. So right now, they have to kind of find their very own opportunity. They can't be this passive or reactive as the meantime, as Maris can get caught, almost getting caught there by Yuzon, but manages to actually survive for the meantime. They do spot out the other members here of Mad Team, but they can't respond as effectively as they intended, as Maris continues to be in the front line, but actually might need to respect the engages here from Mad Team as they do continue to strive. They get the knock up here from Bonbor, but also they have to be wary of the counter engage here, especially with Yuzon constantly lurking from the sides, looking for a good flank position, and this might be it. Goes in with a flicker into that knockback, but they will lose one. Now, with the reincarnation, they will try to survive with Zen doing so much damage. He falls down though, as V Gaming looks to get more, this time without any casualties, and a sign of light happens to be going on to V Gaming, looking to stay alive, maybe even get this Infinite Slayer since the jungler of Mad Team is down.
Definitely V Gaming able to overextend the members here of Mad Team. Cuckoo is going to show himself up to maybe deter that Dark Lord Slayer take, but Wong TD is going to be very, very painful. Gets some railgun laser into his face. Yuzon is going into the back line to maybe use the speeding bullet to stop and steal this Dark Lord Slayer, but it's going to be a secure for the side here with Bert LB in the ball and going in for a 1v1 with 0322, not letting that EC split push. And this has been the story of the game. We're now actually seeing the effectivity of what V Gaming has in their lineup, with Han just going and sticking into Wong TD. That's going to be a lot of damage and a lot of sustainability as well.
They kind of fell off in the mid game, but the late game is starting here, favoring the likes of Wang TD and Han, the duo that is trying to actually buff each other up. This time with the Infinite Slayer spawn at mid, there is a wave crashing onto the top side, so Huang Hai is gonna be the one to actually shove up that. But there is a potential flank coming in from the Superman. He is going here. Goes in with the speed and bullet. Now, they are trying to get that kill onto Han, but fails to do so because the amount of sustain and the damage is just insane coming in from Kwang TD. And right now, they're looking for a strong finish. Zen survives, but this tower will not. And V Gaming, after a long struggle, looking to actually get this win against Mad Team, but not without a proper fight. Mad Team looking to stay strong in the process, but as they continue to lose more members, they continue to lose Cuckoo, even though he is tanky. The base will not. No minions remaining inside their base, so V Gaming is just gonna be patiently waiting for one, and they will secure this game number 1 of this best of 2 series against Mad Team.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is V Gaming going in hot in game number 1, finishing off Mad Team. And this has been one of the craziest stories. Now we know why Paina is definitely a very, very good pocket pick with the Penny. And in most of the engagements, we saw Yuzon not being able to go to his flight mode just because of being in the zone of Paina, who's just going to be stunning him. Remember, if you're going to be in the ultimate of the Paina, if you stay for 2 seconds in that circle, you are gonna suffer from a 1.25 mini stun. And with that stun, it can also be paired up with the Forest Sentry, which also procs out some another dish sets of mini stuns as well. And looking at the lineup, with the Kafeni being able to sustain himself in the clashes even from the damage of Zen, it was just a matter of time that they just be losing out most of the contest. Although they did have that early game and mid game advantage, the late game was just not there. The damage was non-existent, and that's one of the problems of having a Crixie as a mage. She's not going to be able to burst down even if, especially in the parts of the late game wherein the tanks are just going to be tankier as the time progresses.
And I love for the fact that I think this has been, if not the most challenging game of V Gaming's second, because I still recall their really strong comeback against BRU's first game. And this time, I think Mad Team are challenging V Gaming. Even though this was a loss, this was a close one perhaps, and V Gaming struggled during that fight. I love this series so far.
Yeah, and definitely it has been a very, very exciting series. So I'm very curious on what other picks we might be able to witness in V Gaming's arsenal. Although Mad Team really did play well, it's just that I don't feel the cohesiveness yet on their lineup. It's just a lot of mishmash right now. Although I do think that they have one of the players that they have are very, very gifted. It's just that sometimes chemistry also plays a big factor in getting the wins. But don't fret, we'll still see Mad Team maybe jumping out of the ship. But for now, against the big three regions, they are 0. And most of in terms of wins, they are still at the 0 mark. So definitely they need a booster for themselves. Maybe clinching game number 2 in this series is actually going to help them moving forward here in the AIC 2021.
Yeah, we can see the very definition of attrition on the side of both teams a while ago. Mad Team and V Gaming, and kind of we saw it a little bit more on V Gaming, especially in how they slowly but surely got to negate that engages coming in from Mad Team, particularly from the Superman as well, because of their cheesy pick. The amount of patience and also the discipline coming in here from V Gaming has been phenomenal. And right now, Mad Team, although they lost, I think they're looking strong right now. I think they're looking to challenge V Gaming again in this game number 2 with a much more insane composition, because I think not only V Gaming can surprise with a debut pick or with a surprise pick, same goes for Mad Team. And I think they're about to show it to us in game number 2.
Yeah, and I'm pretty excited to see what the scoreboard will look like. We saw Mad Team actually pivot the advantage to themselves. It's just that they fell off on the late game, wherein we're going to see a lot of stronger picks for the side of V Gaming. Although Bird LB was kind of a liability, he was able to jump back into the late game where he was able to deter the entry of the Cricknack in most of the clashes that happened. And with the Ryoma being able to use the Wailing Blade to stun that Cricknack, the Cricknack was always forced to actually use the drone drop. He was using that drone drop to get to safety. So Zen was forced and boxed out in most of those contests. Was able to deal the most optimal damage for his team. And we can see here in the scoreboard, there is going to be some swings wherein Mad Team was able to take the mid game, was there, but it was just an uphill battle going forward in the late game. You can see that mountain of a graph, the 20-minute mark, that it was just going forward for V Gaming. And looking at the damage dealt, 100 plus on Maris and Wang TD. And in Mad Team, it was only Borbor carrying up the damage percentages for Mad Team. And yeah, in terms of kills, it's almost the same. In terms of towers, almost the same. Only the Dragons was actually, we're gonna see a large disparity in terms of objective. And the MVP is gonna be Quang Hai on that Lubu, 57.1% kill participation with a KDA of 103. He was the one mostly tanking and initiating the fight for V Gaming. There is a roll goal difference of 1,521, but at this point, it doesn't really matter in the late game just because everyone has the items already. MVP points, it's 9.8, and this is his third MVP in the tournament.
Yeah. I also love how he took the role of or kind of helped out Birdleby in terms of, you know, being in the front line instead of him, because during the early game we saw their struggle, Birdleby engaging and then being bursted out by Zen and the other members of Mad Team. But when he actually took the role, things turned out a little bit safer for them in terms of surviving, going in and out. And also we saw the split push potential, or like him catching up the waves sometimes for V Gaming. So very well deserved the MVP, and also having no deaths at all, despite all those engages, is gonna be, and it's gonna be astonishing, of course. And as we see right now, you know, V Gaming still undefeated. Can we see the first scratch in the second game? Can Mad Team actually do it? In the first game, we saw signs of it happening. Yeah, it is possible, but when will it materialize? Will it be materialized during the game number 2? That is what we're gonna be finding out for sure. But I also like what you said a while ago about Zen on the correct knock, because he had a strong start. A strong start. Towards the mid, the pressure was there. Towards the late side, slowly but surely, V Gaming kind of had that strategy in which they can actually deny Zen. And when he fails to actually burst down Maris and Wang TD, or even Han, that paves the way for V Gaming to actually strive and fight back and punish with nooks of damage coming in from Wang TD. And Maris, of course. Not to discredit, of course, Birdleby and Quang Hai as well, and Han dealing as much damage as they can in the amount of crowd control that they do in that game. But as we go into the second game, there's a switch of side, of course. Mad Team is going to be the one on the blue side, V Gaming on the red side. So possibly a prioritization on the Elsu from Mad Team, but I'm looking for a surprise this time.
Yeah, and going forward in game number 2, we're gonna see Mad Team getting the first pick of the game. And definitely in terms of bans, we already know who is going to be targeted. Superman, Lubu, but with Lubu being used here by V Gaming, definitely not there. And Richter is going to be the ban of choice here for Mad Team, restricting the kind of lineup wherein the tower dives are going to be very, very effective. But there is still going to be the Wonder Woman, the Tachi, Omen, Roxy. There's a lot. V Gaming is definitely going to be securing the Aya ban, not letting any team get that hero. But the Roxy is going to be over here for V Gaming. Maybe because they've already watched some Roxy games of Mad Team, actually having the potential to overturn clashes just because of the Agnes grip, which is going to bring the hero to a spot wherein they're going to be able to capitalize on it. And the Elsu is going to be over here by Mad Team. And so far, the Elsu has a high win rate.
Yeah. High win rate. It is a stable pick. It has been quite the utmost balanced hero to be used and flexed out, because it can be used in the mid lane or in the top, depends on the possible lineup that the team is going to be building. But the responses are there. V Gaming actually has a lot of options. We talked about Superman having a significant impact. They have the choice to take it this time along with the Hayate. They are opting for that really strong engage, and with the Spitting Bullet, of course, that flank is gonna be so difficult to stop unless Mad Team kind of surprises us with a good support as well. Possibly something like a a zip maybe, or just like the Pira that Han has used earlier. But they're gonna be sticking with the Wonder Woman and the Omen, possible for that split push potential, especially on the side lanes. Birdleby loves to do it.
Yeah, we're gonna see here the Omen and a Wonder Woman combo on the side of V Gaming. A very, very scary fighters on the side of V Gaming. As long as the Death's Embrace is gonna be connecting on the mage or the marksman, you're gonna be sure that it is gonna be difficult to actually pull off. And the answer for Mad Team, they're actually hovering onto a Lubu. The mage is still questionable. The Kali actually be very, very good. I mean, Kali is a hero that can deal from far distance, so maybe it could synergize well with the Elsu. So if anyone actually goes in and commits for the Elsu, Kali is going to be there, but they are opting for a Lorian instead of the Kali, which is going to put a lot of initiate potential in the Mad Team's composition.
Yeah, Tunnan is being hovered right now by V Gaming, trying to get that high damage hero on their side. Since Lorian has already been picked up, it was denied here by Mad Team. Very beautiful decision by them, but V Gaming opting to maybe ban some of the heroes that can be a protection here for this Elsu. Well, who do you think can be the most effective ban here for V Gaming? What set of heroes can provide a lot of protection for Elsu? I was thinking of the Mina, and yeah, it has been banned out. So what else?
Well, there is still a lot. Superman is still definitely available for the ban, but at this point, I don't think that Superman is going to be picked up here by V Gaming just because of the two first picks that they had. Definitely Joker is still up for the taking, which is the usual counter pick for the Elsu, but the Hayate is being banned out. Maybe they've watched V Gaming use the Hayate to its fullest potential when they got the outplay on their last match against Buriram United, which is very, very iconic at that. And seeing here that V Gaming actually banned out Azil, maybe they are going to opt for a very squishy jungler. That is one of the things that we need to look out for here in the draft. Just because in the first 3 picks that we are seeing here, Mad Team actually is very, very scary in terms of the suppression that they can do. They can box out people with the Star Sky of Borbor. And of course, the snipes coming in from 0322 is definitely something to look out for. It's we've seen 0322 use the Elso. Although he didn't win with the Elso pick, he was able to get the shots where he wants to land. And V Gaming actually opted for a Superman. So maybe we're gonna see a Wonder Woman jungle at this point.
Possible. But are we gonna see this? Are we actually gonna be seeing this? Benneth. I'm not so sure if this has been used already in the group stages. Was this used already so far? It has been used by Valencia CF in their match against Underrank in their game number 2, and it was a win. So maybe they had an insight on it as well. But it wasn't an Elsu as their play style to go with. They also have the Aoi, so not much. I mean, it does have a balance between having a good front line and having that option or that tool to assassinate someone. And this might be the best possible case here for Mad Team. Right now, as they do challenge V Gaming, and as a final pick comes through, V Gaming are opting to maybe go with the Slims. Maybe the Joker, since, you know, you have stated a while ago that it is kind of like the good counter or the good matchup for the Elsu.
Yes, and we're gonna see a over onto the Joker, which is one of the prime picks they actually pick out on whenever there is gonna be an Elsu, just because of the capability to pick a card of physical damage, invulnerability, canned laughter, which adds a lot of burst potential. You know, in terms of the marksman, Joker is one of those heroes that actually excel as a burst damage hero. And we've seen it a lot all throughout here. The only caveat of having a Joker in your team is that in the late game he falls off. The effectivity of these skills are actually scales bad into the late game. And with the composition already in finish, we're gonna see the first Ibnet of the AIC 2021 now in the hands of Mad Team, which was maybe this is a pocket pick that is gonna be working very, very well, like the Pina pick coming in from V Gaming.
Yeah, I'm also, you know, kind of excited about this Ibanet pick from Mad Team. Maybe is this what they need to take down the top team in Group A right now? Can we actually see it happen? Mad Team, the last time they're gonna be challenging V Gaming in this group stages, as we get the last check of this composition, the pick and bans in this game number 2. Mad Team looking strong in their composition, looking for a way to take down and finally scratch V Gaming's record. Game number 2 of this best of 2 series, the final fight.
Yes, and game number 2 is starting very soon. We're seeing the heroes spawn in here in the field. Mad Team versus V Gaming. Folks, support the team that you want to win in this game number 2 of this best of 2 series. We're going to see a 3-man engagement here in the middle lane, and we're going to see Han actually be sporting out that support Superman, and it's going to be paired up with the Wonder Woman in the mid lane. That's going to be a DC hero comp here with Tulin actually be the jungler of choice here for V Gaming, and there's going to be a spot on Mad Team that the Tulin started here on the top lane, so they're going to be focusing in on the Lubu. Birdelby gets that pull on Yuzon and a damage as well, where he's going to be able to proc out. He's going to be missing that pull as well. And so far, we're seeing a very normal start for both of the teams.
Passive start, not much invades happening, just a clear with the help of these sports. You know, helping out in terms of enabling that rotation a little bit better for them. Wong TD and 0322 challenging each other here at the Slayer lane. So right now, as we see the eye comes through here for Kwang Hai, you see the damage coming in, especially with his pick. I mean, it does deal loads of damage. We have seen this hero many times already being picked because of the amount of damage it can deal, and it has been a staple pick, especially when a team wants some good early to late game insurance. As the Tulin paired up with the Joker, as we see Birdelby, you know, going in, trying to catch someone with the Omen. Not gonna happen so far, and Mad Team looking to actually prioritize the Dark Slayer for now. No contest yet on the Abyssal Dragon, as Maris is doing the best that he can to stop that reinforcement coming in from Mad Team, but no prioritization on the Dragon just yet. Is kind of new for me. honestly, seeing V Gaming not opting to go in with these objectives just yet. Oh, okay, a nice steal actually coming in from Bertleby, getting the Lubu's supposed jungle. However, V Gaming still are kind of showing signs of struggle here, as they are still gonna be taking this Abyssal Dragon. It's not gonna be contested here by Mad Team.
Yeah, and the Abyssal Dragon being secured here by V Gaming. This has been the choice that they actually go for most of the time. Borbor is gonna go and hitting that Wang TD with the Star Sky, but damage is still not gonna be enough. Han goes and tries to go for a catch onto that Lorian, but the braces of submission is gonna be used by Mars to disengage. He is able to clear the minions in the mid lane, being able to recall peacefully here. While some of the creep waves are going to be missed here by Wang TD.
I do see a potential clash coming in here for the next objective coming up, as this is kind of a crucial situation. I mean, I do understand why both teams are actually going in for a safe play, but maybe not so safe here in the bottom lane, as Bertleby is getting caught upon. Damage is insane coming in from Yuzon with this Lubu pick, but as the dive comes through, 0322 gets dove upon, finally gets killed here by Maris. No follow-up coming through from the side of Mad Team just yet, as they have this numbers disadvantage. But a dive at bot, helped out here by Zen, allows them to get that trade. And now Mad Team looking for more. They got a dove on the top, but they cannot forget about Yuzon and Zen.
Yeah, and we're seeing here that with Bertleby actually being taken out, it's going to put some kind of strain onto that ganking lane, where Zen is still going to have the advantage. Remember, if you have an Aoi, it's going to be scaling very, very hard into the middle parts of the game. And even in the late game, as long as he's going to be able to target maybe the Tulin and the Joker. And we've seen a good trade coming in here with Mad Team able to take out Bertleby. Is definitely going to be playing strong here for V Gaming, but scaling Yuzon well with the Lubu might help them clinch the clashes for themselves.
Yeah, Mad Team, they have shown this actually earlier during game number 1, constantly looking for picks, looking for opportunities to actually get a good gank, as well as a good setup towards the members of V Gaming. They're still maintaining it for now, especially they have an AOE on Zen. We saw the gank earlier from the bottom lane, and if they actually are able to disable this Omen pick from Bertleby, the split push is going to be negatively affected. And as we check out the replay, we see how methodical that gank has made. No escape for Bertleby whatsoever. A clean gank executed.
Yep, and so far, in terms of the advantage, we're gonna see V Gaming actually having the gold deficit for himself. That's a Death Embrace. Yuzon with the Conqueror is just gonna be sustainable. Dragon's Rat is gonna be used. Maris is gonna miss that bracelets of submission because of the Dragon's Rat range, and that's gonna be a good disengage for both of the sides. For LB, who was actually very, very scared at that point. We all know that Zen is going to be dealing a lot of damage, even with the damage reduction on the abilities of the Omen. Yuzon might be in danger. That's going to be the Thunderbird being used, but with the Orb of Frost available to Yuzon, he's going to be able to outplay Thunderbird. But after this, there's no more Orb for Yuzon to use.
No more at all. We can't see yet, the poking damage coming in from 0322, as V Gaming has been kind of effective in avoiding him as of the moment. Most that we see in terms of rotations are going for numbers advantage, as they do try to get that kill onto Yuzon. A nice pull coming in from Bertleby. The rotations come in from top side, but very safely played out here for V Gaming, preventing that dive, preventing that much pressure coming in from the members of Mad Team. But they have to take note, Bor if ever it gets that knock-up coming in from Wang TD, that's gonna be a guaranteed burst for sure. As we see right now, Zen closing the distance, but because of Han, especially with the ultimate being available, just tries to bait it out for the meantime, but he has that patience coming and going. He's not gonna be trigger happy whenever someone is kind of close by. And now as we see the game progresses, going towards this mid game, the intensity of this fight also increases in terms of them looking for opportunities to get that gank.
Yeah, and definitely V Gaming right now has kind of an advantage just because of the tower push in the bot lane. But we can't discredit that the first tier turret in the top lane as well has been traded out, and more of the plays are now going into the fruits of the effort of Mad Team. They are actually very efficient in this kind of 5-man clears here in the mid lane. They are going to try to go for a fast clear to maybe secure an objective of their own, while we're seeing here the Wonder Woman and the Omen starting up this Holy Dragon for themselves, while the Slayer is not yet started by the side of Mad Team. So there might still be a contest that's going to happen here. They're not pulling in the trigger. That's a Decim base connecting there. Mnet is the one targeted here. Nature's Realm being used. Now, not much damage coming in from the members of Mad Team. It is going to be a disaster for them at that clash. It was a 3 versus 5 where we saw a lot of V Gaming's heroes present at that spot.
A perfect timing to actually get that engaged, honestly. They get that 2 for 0 trade. And since 0322 can't really dish out that much damage, although he's dishing out quite a lot, but not actually enough to get those kills. Meanwhile, for Kwang Hai, he is slowly being able to burst out the members of Mad Team. So right now, we see Maris getting caught out. Zen with a good position, actually. He goes in. However, due to the fact that many of V Gaming's members are situated towards that boss side jungle of Mad Team, he's gonna try to disengage for now.
Yeah, we're gonna see here the Thunderbird being procced out here by V Gaming's Kwang Hai. He is just gonna be dealing damage in the distance, and we're seeing 2.5k gold lead in terms of the gold deficits in advantage of V Gaming. They are now trickling and trying to control all of the lanes here, especially that with the towers down on the top lane and the bottom lane. They actually want that first tier turret in the middle lane to fall down, but that's not going to be easy with the Lorian and the Elsu actually available to Mad Team. Unless they get a pick off, they're not going to be able to push that tower.
Yeah, at most in terms of towers, you know, V Gaming has a little bit of an upper hand given the fact that they have one more tower secured than Mad Team, and it kind of reflects onto the gold as well because of the kills and the objectives that they have taken. But Mad Team are not trailing that much behind. It's just a 2k gold deficit present with them, and they still are being a little bit proactive in terms of securing objectives after they are now taking this Infinite Slayer uncontested, although Maris is kind of lingering here towards Cuckoo and with the help of Birdle B, but that ulti is going to be spended for the meantime. Good disengage coming in from V Gaming, but as the game progresses, they continue to spread apart, looking to actually split push onto the side lanes, maybe gaining an opportunity to finally take down this mid tower, but Mad Team are actually doing a good job defending it.
Yes, and so far V Gaming is still converging into the spots of Mad Team. They are now controlling most of the wave clears as well, so it's forcing a rotate in some of the instances where Mad Team could actually win. They are being deterred just because like in this situation, also is still going to be trailing while V Gaming is here. Star Spy is not going to connect. Han is going to have a refresh on the flight. and there's going to be a lot of damage, and Nature's Realm is going to be used. There's a lot of slow deterring the members of V Gaming in entering, and Birdelby is going to be taken out, being isolated at that point.
A nice continuation of the team fight as well. They did lose Birdelby. And right now, Mad Team are looking to take this tier 1 tower at the mid to maybe catch up in terms of gold. And since, V Gaming already lost the Omen, they're kind of struggling and kind of fighting back as of the moment, given the fact that they do have numbers disadvantage. But they did take down this Infinite Slayer. Right now, 0-3-22 gets caught! That's beautiful here coming in from Quang Hai, and right now they're looking to get a punish, trying to get a kill onto Cuckoo. They will do so as they look to get more. Borbor now is going to be the next target. He's able to disengage along with Zen, but because of that team fight, I think they're going to be having a crucial factor, losing this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. A gank here onto the top as well. But he is gonna be able to back away. Only this mid tier 1 is gonna fall down for the meantime.
Yes, and there is still going to be a 4 versus 3 engagement. Zen is going to stop that pull. Starry Sky is going to be used to clear the waves, but with Wong TD in the area, that's going to be a fast push for them. And with the Omen actually creating pressure in the ball lane as well, it has been the story we're seeing V Gaming going for split pushes at this game. And Mad Team doesn't have an answer yet just because of how fast things are happening here in the map. And the clashes are also somewhat very, very hard for them as well, just because of Hans meeting Bullet, who is going to be able to push back a lot of the heroes of Mad Team, while Cuckoo, yes, he's been doing a lot of good work with the Nature's Realm, getting a lot of isolation. That's a game being started again with a speeding Bullet. Not going to be connecting. A lot of stunts is going to happen. Starry Sky hits 2 of the heroes of V Gaming, and Birdelby is going to attack most of the damage again, deterring the take here. But we're going to see also being taken out by Wong TD.
Oh my. They still kind of fight back in such a manner. Mad Team are not letting V Gaming take this game that easily, as they have taken Birdelby in the process, although it was traded out onto 0-3-22. Can they actually go in with this fight? Lorian now tries to engage. Zen needs to actually back away as he is taking a lot of damage. The player in gap close here by Quang Hai, and now with him gone, V Gaming are looking to capitalize. A good flank position coming in here from the side of V Gaming as Cuckoo falls back, takes a bullet from the Joker, but right now he's gonna be able to back away successfully, but not this tier 2 tower at the bottom lane. Now with the gold lead rising up to 5k, 0-3-22 still looking to go in with those snipes, but as V Gaming still striving in those dodges, still looking for opportunities, and right now with numbers advantage, this should be the Infinite Slayer for them.
Yeah, the Dark Lord Slayer is going to be taken by V Gaming for sure without any kind of contest, and we're going to see Omen backing up and spotting out Cuckoo, and without any free sniping positions for Mad Team, a steal is not going to be possible. And it has been a story that we're actually seeing that 0-3-22 is being outtraded in terms of range. Seeing Wang TD hitting those rockets one after another is a big factor in this game.
Such a big factor, honestly. And right now, I'm still checking on how Mad Team can actually turn the tides around. They have been getting some, however, they continue to lose some as well, and they can only afford to lose a little at this point, as all the outer turrets have been destroyed already. Only their inhibitors remain standing, and with the Dark Lords there, pushing here in the mid lane, and their waves being crashed upon on the side lanes as well. V Gaming are looking to go in with one big push on all 3 lanes as the fight breaks out here on the bottom side. Zen taking a bit of damage along with the turret at the bottom lane, and with the Dark Lord Slayers pushing into the mid lane. There can be a fight breaking out here in the mid as well, as Cuckoo tries to go in and sustain in the mid, but falls back in a very big fashion as the flank comes through here with Zen onto the backside. Tries to go in with the damage. With the orb, he will stay alive for a meantime, but not for so long. V Gaming looking fantastic in the group stages, denying that upset from Mad Team, getting this 2-0 in this best of 2 series.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is V Gaming with the 2-0 sweep. And the streak continues for this team. And so far, the only loss that V Gaming had is against DTAC Talon. And looking at how they perform, I'm actually very interested to see what is going to happen when they match up again with DTAC. With this kind of gameplay that we're seeing from V Gaming, it's a different type of beast for sure. Looking at from the AWC now at the AIC, they are very dominating, and I don't think that they are lacking anything in terms of the gameplay that they showed us. And this is the highlights of game number 2. We saw Mad Team try hard to actually get back into the game. They had a lot of good looks. There was a lot of isolation because of the Inlet Nature's Realm. But at this point, the damage capability and also the tankability of the heroes of V Gaming was just too much. The damage that the Tulan can provide, the Joker's burst type of damage is also considerable as well. It has just been a story wherein they were not able to get the damage in for themselves. Yes, they were getting 1 kills, but it was just Bert LP who was tanking most of the damage. And you can see at this highlight, he was actually sacrificing himself in most of those areas. And we can see that Wang TD being able to snipe out the sniper it's actually a very, very big play, wherein the damage dealer of Mad Team was actually negated in most of the contests.
That was, we saw it in the draft already, but in the execution, in the actual game, V Gaming surprised Mad Team with this kind of level of a performance. The Joker pick, the Tulan pick, even the Omen being the sacrificial lamb for the team to provide, to allow them to actually continue on in terms of pummeling the members of Mad Team. And with the help of Maris, of course, and Han for those front lines, it's kind of inevitable for Mad Team. V Gaming looking so strong at the very top right now, having a perfect score remaining of 5-0 in the group stages. No one even comes close. Only at most DTAC Talon. But that is because they have a 3-1 score. But V Gaming, 5-0.
Yes, and looking at the series, it was just very dominating for V Gaming all the way, just because, yeah, they were taking, we could see Mad Team actually taking in some objectives to their own. Even their ganking lanes was good, but the problem here is that the only lane that they were able to pressure was on the lane of Bird LB. And we all know Omen isn't really the hero that falls off in terms of effectivity, because as the game progresses, he's just going to be tankier and tankier. He's not the hero. He's not a hero that is going to be adding damage to himself. He has a lot of utility as well. The damage reduction is there. Plus, the Death's Embrace is one of the key abilities that you actually look out for an Omen, not the sustainability and not the damage capability. So in terms of the ganking lanes, I think the gaming actually won it, just because they were able to negate the Lorian, and also they were able to negate 0322's effectivity. They knew the right targets for themselves, and this was the result, wherein we see a lot of gold coming in from the damage dealers of V Gaming. They were able to out damage the side of Mad Team, and that was just the end of the story. We're seeing here the scoreboard right now, a 3-12 kill deficit, and that's that is going to be 9 kills in advantage for V Gaming. The gold, it's going to be at 9K. And in terms of towers, dragons, and slayers, if we sum it up, it is still going to be in the side of V Gaming as well. And that's a very, very big amount of objectives that V Gaming was able to give their members. Looking at the graph, that is going to be an uphill battle for anyone, especially if you look at Mad Team's composition, who was supposed to has an early game for themselves as well because of the Elsu and also the Awoy, which they were not able to capitalize. And looking at the damage, we're going to see Borbor actually getting the brunt of the damage for Mad Team. And V Gaming actually has that scale wherein you're going to see Kwang Hai above 100k, 145 at that, and also Wang TD at 100k, trailed by Maris's 70k. So the MVP of game number 2 is of course going to be Kwang Hai with a kill participation of 91.7%, a 605 KDA, damage dealt 145k, roll goal difference 1689, and the MVP points 12.3. This is fourth MVP in this tournament. That's how dominating Kwang Hai is.
I think what is this the highest skill participation that we have seen so far in the tournament? Because I think this is at least one of the highest. Kwang Hai with a beautiful performance with the Stullen, high damage, high KDA, high kill participation, a well-deserved MVP, added onto his multiple MVP points already, 4 in total. And of course, a strong performance by the rest of the members of V Gaming, looking to be at the top and remain there for a while.
Yes, and definitely with those wins, we're going to see V Gaming going in with a bang here in the second half of the group stages. And before anything else, before we say goodbyes to our dear viewers, we would like to thank you for staying again. And if you guys want to see the upcoming matches, we'll show it to you on the screen later on after we sign off. And once again, guys, in behalf of all the production staff, Garena, Tencent Games, VSPN, and of course Arena Valor, we thank you very much for staying with us here in the English live broadcast. This is the Arena Valor International Championships 2021. My name is Vittorio. This is Giyang Gaming. We'll say thank you and see you guys again on next day's matches.
See you!